Okay, it's been a few minutes. Any ads should be over by now. What else do I need to get rid of? Plenty, I guess. I don't need Discord. I'll get rid of that, just in case it fucks with things. Because I have no idea what is going on with my audio lately. I changed my Steam account as well, because this is actually Mel's game she's letting me borrow. Thank you, Mel. And hello, everybody. Sorry for being such a hot mess today. Fortunately, I did like some audio recordings, just to make sure that my mic was maybe up to snuff, because I wasn't happy with my old settings because they didn't sound like my original settings. So now I've kind of shifted things about a bit, and hopefully they sound a bit more similar to what my streams were like a few weeks ago, at least when it comes to my voice. But fingers crossed, I'm not 100% on that. I also, with this new audio setup that I've got to actually open the Forgotten City and make an audio track for the game specifically, which I never had to do before. So, also fingers crossed that that works. Also, again, yes, I'm incredibly late. Oh, fuck, that's loud. Fortunately, you guys don't hear that. You might even hear it through my headphones. That's how loud that was. Let me just close that. Don't need that. What else can I just get rid of for the sake of getting rid of it? Don't need this. Minimize it, please. I can pull this up. Now, I'm not currently listening to my own stream, but so I don't know. Ooh. Okay, settings. I don't know if the audio is fucky. It might be. If it is, I'm going to be entirely reliant on all of you to let me know. Okay, can apply those settings, that's fine. And then we go audio control. Bear with the black screen. I know it's just going to sit there for a second. Audio control. I don't see the game in my list of games to add to audio. Okay, I'll make another one. Application audio capture. New source. The Forgotten City game. There it is. Found it. And then this will be on both channels. Be at 100%, because I don't feel like I'm going to need to change it at all. I mute this one because that's now Terraria audio. I'll move this down here to the other games. We'll go back to starting soon. I'll say goodbye to Lo-Fi. Bye-bye, Lo-Fi. We'll have this up and running now. We should be able to hear slight ambience in the video game itself. If I switch to my live... Yes. Okay. Alright. Please help us avoid spoilers, dear content creators. As you'll discover, this game is full of intrigue and plot twists. Please give your audience a spoiler warning before sharing content from beyond the white hallway, so that interested players can fully enjoy the experience for themselves if they wish to. Sincerely, the Modern Storyteller team. Oh, I do like that. That has told me that I'm about to get the Outer Wilds experience of solving a larger puzzle by finding many small pieces. And yes, don't worry, the Modern Storyteller team. I will do my best. Not spoil things for everyone. How are we looking here? Epic? Visual effects? Epic? I mean... V-Sync? I do have a little bit of screen tearing. I think that was smooth. Okay. Do I play this with mouse and keyboard or weapons? Making hot chocolate, but I'll be here soon? Okay. I'm Al. I made myself a cold chocolate. Hopefully the audio is okay. The audio of the game is a little low now. Maybe I took it too far. About here. Seems okay on my mixer. Let's get going with it. I'm so late. I'm so late and I feel bad. Oh, what can you do? Message from the developers. This game was developed by a core team of 3 people over 4 years. Your support allows us to continue this mystery adventure with multiple endings and rewards throughout thoughtful conversation, exploration, or brute force. The fate of the city is in your hands. Ah. Hello, Shiloh. Come at an excellent time. You've just started a brand new... Hold on a second. That is precisely how Outer Wilds starts.
Hey, you're alive. When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are?
Did you take my loose change? I want it back, lady. But I'm doing well, Shiloh. Thank you very much. I've just been dealing with a lot of scuff today. It's been a scuff-filled day, and I don't even know if any of it's been fixed. So if you could let me know, if you plan on sticking around for a little bit, let me know if you hear any audio scuff, because, ah, dang it. I've been going through it. I didn't realize you could actually choose your character, or choose your body type. I just thought it was female main character. The duo will be here lurking? Okay. Thank you, Shiloh. Listen to the audio and it's more quiet around me, but not as bad as last time. Okay. The fact that you say it wasn't as bad as last time still implies that it is kind of bad, which I hope it isn't. I forgot there was a city. Hello, Sleepless. It's very late for you. I'm sorry that we started the stream so late. Like 2 hours late. Honestly, multiple things have... well, it can be attributed to that. Mel and I were hanging out until like 7:30. And then I was like, whoops, we're already 7:30 the streaming time. And I haven't eaten anything. I went and made dinner, which took like another half hour, maybe a bit longer. And then I've been trying to deal with fixing the stream stuff that happened on Monday. So I didn't get around to doing it earlier. For nearly another hour. But to very little success, I think. And a bit of peeking when you're getting louder / excited. Okay. I mean, I can turn myself down. That's fine. I was wondering whether or not I pushed my gain up a bit too much. I'll bring it down to a little bit less. New Helldivers Battle Pass dropped today. It POG. Oh. Is that something you could buy with in-game currency, or is that just premium? Yeah? Oh, nice. It's good that you have the option to grind it. Okay. So, with these new features, that I should explain why I needed to mess with my audio was because I wanted to separate it all, so that if I play music via Spotify or YouTube or other sources, all of that music that is potentially copyrighted will be filtered out from the bot automatically. And also, the redeems or trigger fire, which you can find as channel point redeems, will now be filtered out. Like that one. Thank you, Mel. I'll drink some water. As I want to add more trigger fire sounds. But if I have things that are copyrighted or might get me in trouble with the music industry, just generally because they have so many points, I would rather it not go into the bot. You didn't hear anything. Why would you not have heard anything? I don't think it's muted. Hold on. It said it sent it on my side. Did you not hear anything? Because I heard it. I heard both of those. You didn't. Okay. That makes no sense. Maybe it's a you thing? But you can hear me. Okay, hold on. So maybe if we have that... Did you hear it that time? Hello, Ash. Yes, it's time for more audio problems. And also, time to find ourselves back in a new forgotten city. Should we be masculine or feminine? What do you think? I think everything I saw to do with this game, we were feminine. So, we go with that. Skin tone? We are going into like a Roman city, so maybe something more like olivey, like one of these two. Down to put on a dress? Hell yes. Okay. Batsy, it's me.
Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river? What's the last thing you remember?
I was on a covert mission. Oh, wait, no. These are classes. Hold on, what? We're searching for ancient ruins. Archaeologist. Years of studying history give you occasional insights into the ancient world. Little introduction, now that there's a few of you here. This is the Forgotten City. It is a time loop-esque game, similar to the Outer Wilds, which, if you know me at all, you know that I've been raving about how much I love the Outer Wilds. Effectively, something happens and you find yourself in a lost Roman city. Pretty much all I know. And you need to get that Roman city unlost, unforgotten. So yeah, spoilers ahead, the game developers, when you first open the game in the menu and when you start the game, they're like, hey, this is a highly spoilerific game. If you're a content creator, make sure you're telling the people watching. If they want to play it themselves, you know, it's gonna be spoilery and you'll get it ruined. So, there's your warning. We've been interning in about 10 minutes? Possibly? I don't know. Years of studying history gave you occasional insights into the ancient world. Soldier. You have a military-issued firearm, but only 10 bullets. You'll have to use them judiciously, because there's no way to get more. Oh. Fugitive. Your time on the run from authorities has made you quick on your feet. You're 25% faster when sprinting. Amnesiac. Your recent head trauma has increased your pain threshold, making you 50% harder to take down. Bloody hell. I blame myself, but will I actually? Nah, so I'm staying. Okay. I did change a setting on the hydrate and high channel redeems. So, if those come up again off of the 5-minute timer, feel free to do them, and we'll see if it works again. Being an archaeologist sounds cool. Also, so does being a soldier. We're going to be an archaeologist.
Oh, you're an archaeologist? Then you'll definitely want to hear this. I don't know if it's exactly what you're looking for, but there are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped or injured or worse. I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here, no matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him, so I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him? If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. Please?
This is very Oblivion to me. I was going to say Skyrim, but I'm going to say Oblivion, even more so. Mind if I ask some questions?
Oh, of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy. What do you want to know?
Looking for money, and I'm archaeologist, not grave. Yeah, we're not grave robbers. Archaeologists. What's your story?
Oh, there's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Know what I mean?
I too have worked in central London. Hello, Goose. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Welcome to the Forgotten City. What? This game sounds familiar, but I have no idea what it is about. Well, you've come in just in time, as we just started. Apologies for any audio issues that may pop up. Do let me know. Anything sounds off. Speaking of audio, but this time wonderful audio. Hello, Lovecraftians. It's a terrible segue. It's the Lovecraftians, everyone. Famed podcast. How are you doing, everyone? Thank you for giving the Lovecraftians a shout out. What are you up to today? Power Wash Simulator. You know, I should probably get into one of those games and just do like a just chatting stream one day. I do like to ramble on occasionally when I'm having an eventful day. But hello, Cass. Thank you so much for sending everyone over our way. Oracle. Hello. Really great for chilling and chatting, I bet. I bet. How many of you were playing Power Wash Simulator today? I know it can sometimes vary. Sound a little fuzzy on and off, but nothing as bad as the other day. Fuzzy. haven't heard the raid alert either. I did, though. Thank you, Mel, for keeping on top of that. Do that while playing a little to the left? That's true, I could do that. A little to the left is good. It's just you today, but occasionally I have 2 to 4 of us when I'm not being a delinquent and playing in the middle of the workday. Fully understand that. This is frustrating. These audio issues are really giving me a pain in my neck. Yeah, that makes sense why you wouldn't actually hear the alert box anymore. Yeah, hold on. I can fix that. I can fix that. I could possibly fix that. Source. No. Not like this. How do I fix this? Properties, right? Oh no, there's so many though. Ooh, maybe that is one I'm going to need to fix later. They sound very crisp, very good. Interesting. What about now when I've tabbed into the game? How do I sound? Because this is something that would have been an issue before. The game makes it fuzzier. Now that I'm tabbed out, crisp, excellent, classic, that's audio. One would hope. Very good. Yeah, okay, alright, okay, alright now. Okay. Get rid of this. And how about instead we do display capture instead of auto game? Because that could be messing it up. Alright, I'm going to try. Like how Tarai was nuking your quality. Why? Just why? Okay, I'm still tabbed out. I've taken off auto game, and I'm just on display capture. I'm going to tab back in. We'll see if this works instead. Okay? Alright, everybody? White screen for a second. Okay, we're here. How do we sound now? We're tabbed in. Hopefully not so fuzzy. I think that fixed it. Why in the hell does auto game, which should just capture a game automatically for me, making my life easier, then affect my vocals? A bit of peaking. That's just because I'm getting angry. That's just me. The peaking is me. Granted, that's on me. There's still some farts. Really? But better than before. Perhaps. Not the same as tapped out. Peaky Batsers, that's me. Anyway, hello Raiders. Cass, move the mic away from me a little bit. Cass, if you need to raid a run, fully understand. If you want to hang out and play some Forgotten City with us, or watch some Forgotten City with us, when eventually I do get to it, you're more than welcome to hang out with us. Please do make sure to get some water, food, rest if you need it. Do all other things to look after yourself. Probably okay enough that you can play, but we might need to have a stream dedicated to fixing the weirdness. Just don't understand. Just don't understand. I mean, I can... Yeah, hold on. I believe I can do a full reverse of pretty much everything. So, plop. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. Yeah, we'll get rid of that. Okay, there are no filters on this whatsoever. So I'm just going to need to... Actually, no, this shouldn't be the issue. Okay. So if I had this right now, with this audio quality, I'm tabbed out again. I've now cancelled all changes that I have tried to make better over the last hour yet again. I'm about to tab back into the game. Here we are. I delight to hang for a bit while lunching, because what streamer eats before they start playing? It is rare. It is rare for me to actually eat something. Today I did, and I was nearly 2 hours late to stream. So there we are. Also, with a bit of luck now, because I've changed the desktop audio to be everything under a single catch-all now. Why don't you guys eat before stream? I just forget. Now the audio should all just be under a single channel, except for my mic. So, raid alerts, channel redeems, the game itself, back to normal. Going to friends for a weekend? Nice. Okay. So this time, that didn't play for me. Maybe it played for you guys, but it didn't play for me. We'll try that again. Aren't you guys starving? Well, that depends. Ash, can you redeem high for me? I'd appreciate it if you could. Hello, gorgeous. We're watching Dune 1 and 2, and he's going to help me pick out some more female outfits. Oh, nice. No gorgeous for us? So that's still broken as well. How could this happen to me? I've made my mistakes. Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea why that one's not going. Fixing stream tomorrow? Very possibly. Alright. You're not even going to tell me your name. Well, it wouldn't be a Twitch stream without scuff, eh? And we have gone quite a long time without some serious scuff. You know what, stranger? I don't even care that much. No game audio? What the fuck is happening? What is happening? No game audio. It is very low. It could have just been very low. Hold on, let me boost it. How about now? There's just a bit of ambience behind. Who is Al? No? I don't know if this makes a difference with bots art. We're acting weirdly. That could be it, but I don't have a lot of bots for audio. So I couldn't imagine that that would be it, you know? Why does it... Oh. Oh, okay. That could have been one reason why that didn't work. Batsy, microphone. Okay. Fairly okay. Thank you for the follow. That might have popped, actually. How about now, everybody? No follow alert? Oh, fuck's sake, man. Where are we? Tiber? Okay, no, there's nothing. This is infuriating. But thank you for the follow. I don't know what I did to earn that follow fairly okay. I really don't. But I do appreciate it. Perhaps this is what you're into, you know, just hanging out, watching just a dumpster fire of a stream unfold in front of you. Just really enjoy this game and hope you do as well. Oh, I see. You came for the Forgotten City. Well, we're nearly off the ground. Having so many issues. Room noise came back, but no game audio. Room noise came back. Huh. Okay, maybe this then. We'll mute that one. We'll... And, excuse me as I sit on this black screen looking at my audio control tab. This one is for my microphone, isn't it? Yeah. Sorry, there was a double me for a second there. What can you tell me about the ruins?
Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts. Al...
Game audio is back. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Do you know what I did there? I muted and then unmuted the same soundtrack that was on the entire time. And then just tabbed in on a whim There was a hello gorgeous there as well. Hello sleepless. I was speaking over it though. Buzz is back, but we're not going to talk about it. Ah. The voice is gorgeous now that I have the chance to hear it. Thank you, Fairly Okay. This is not the stream to be admiring my voice, though, I don't think, with the audio issues we're having. Oh, God. I'm furious. I'm furious. Have you tried calling for help?
What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find another soul. Trust me.
Hello, all-knowing cheesecake. That's all the questions I had.
Great. So you're ready to go look for Al?
Is that what we're doing? I'm going for the priceless artifacts, but I'll keep an eye out for it.
My hero. The entrance is just past those columns behind you. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I will.
A flashlight. Heavy-duty, battery-powered flashlight. Well. We're in the game, everyone. Oh. I'll just take it down a single notch. She's wearing modern clothes. She is. How are things going, by the way, Cass? Oh, shit. No, it's fine. Things going, Cass, with,
Please, hurry.
with the planning. Whoa. We look too far up and it actually gets darker. Things are going. I have stuff for you. I'll be sending you away tomorrow. Oh, sick. I love it. I can't wait. I have nothing else to do.
The ruins are just beyond those columns.
Fish!
Please, hurry.
So stoked. Me too. It's gonna be a good time. I thought it was some weird robe. No. Ripped jeans and like a leather... I was going to say biker jacket, but no, it's just a hoodie.
Please, hurry.
I'd wear that outfit, to be honest. It's my kind of outfit.
Back already? What's up?
I'll be going.
Thanks again. And please, hurry.
Hello, Chibbage. Apologies for the fuzziness. Perhaps, you know, we can embrace the fuzziness and just kind of like, instead of rebrand it as a cozy blanket that is now enveloping my voice. My controller's died. Come on. I can't catch a break. Okay, we're good. I can't believe today. Oh. Alright, search for clues about Al's disappearance. Nah. Technology certainly is testing my patience. Okay. Water effects are interesting. So we've kind of shipwrecked, or we've been pulled out of a river by a mysterious stranger who refused to tell us her name. I didn't push for that information because I thought it would be rude. And there just so happened to be Roman ruins, precisely where we got pulled out of the river. Backpack. Full of worn hiking clothes and empty food packets. Nothing valuable here, but still, it seems strange that Al left it behind.
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place." Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there, against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation, or a warning. Al Worth.
You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain. This shall be their final resting place. Spooky. I'm getting BioShock vibes of entering the lighthouse. Oh. Oh no. I've been had. I'm the Tomb Raider now. Yes, we have a sprint button. No. 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 Labats? Who are you? You can find me over at twitch.tv/Labats. Are you streamers as well? I don't know if it's too subtle to hear on stream, but I can hear their heads moving when I look away from them. A young Roman woman in a pose of lamentation. You hear it as well? Oh, good. Is that Jesus? Or perhaps it is instead Caesar, because Roman. No need to be sad. You're not the one with audio issues. Roman gladiator mid-stride. What could have made a gladiator flee? How do you know that they're fleeing? You guys. If you guys are so interested in watching me, you could at least help my viewership. Oh. Kurhik S? Esni? Is that Latin? Mel! We need a Latin translation. Gold Digger Medusa. Ooh, actually would really dig that. If there was a Medusa that turned people to gold. It could also be a mixture of the story of Midas, King Midas. Just an old Rome Bay, please. I corrected myself. Ah. Well, I do like to take my time with these things. Oh, is this... Yeah, they look frightened as well. No, these people are running. Well, I'm using a controller, so I'll just tap that now, I suppose. Why are you here? Thank you, Chip. Correct, dude. A Roman military commander attempting to scramble away from something. Can't scramble away from me, military officer. Into the well you go. Alright, I'll leave you. Oh, into the fire. I don't think he wants to move anymore. Oh, no, 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 no. Might be able to do it. We actually can't move him. Well, now he's warm and toasty. You're welcome, golden statue. These ones don't turn to us, though, at the very least. Hello? Oh! No! It's Patrick Stewart. They goldified Jean-Luc Picard. What are you looking at? From a woman who appears to be praying for help that never came. I'm here for treasure. Mysterious voice. Is this Al? Hanging from a golden rope in modern clothes. Bronze statue of an old man wearing modern clothing. This must be Al. How is that possible? Must have been some kind of...
I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse. You'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place. Going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. In here, there are only two options. Death, That godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now. And find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
Nah. I'm sure it's fine. A doorway to the past? Yeah. That looks like a doorway to the past. Roman man on his knees as if begging for God's mercy. So close. I'm gonna kick you off. Never mind. I see no god up here. No god except me. Okay. Just one last try. Oh! We're so close. There's got to be an invisible wall there, right? Yeah, there is. Is there? Yeah, there is. Okay. Well, it's worth a try. Okay, into the past. There's a photo mode. How lovely. Tentacle and Mistress. Hello. And Moth Mother. Hello. Hope you're both doing very well. Welcome to the Forgotten City. A game about Romans and gold. And the past. Oh, things are loading. Roman relief depicting a great circular portal and two women. I wonder who they could be. Not doing too great, but here to chill and relax. I'm sorry to hear that you're not doing too great, but at the very least, I can do my best to help with the relaxing vibes. What I will say, now that we have just entered the portal into the past, the game developers of The Forgotten City request of all content creators to preface that this is a very spoiler-heavy game. As in, pretty much everything is a spoiler. So, if you have any interest of playing The Forgotten City yourself, go no further.
Friend.
Turn back now.
Hilarious. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
Gale, I'm not giving you any of my magical items. I'm Batsy, and I've just come from the future.
No idea what you're talking about. Oh, wait. Are you a bit, not right in the head? That's all right, friend. Everyone's welcome here.
Seriously, what's today's date?
We sort of lose track of the date down here, but it feels like the beginning of spring to me, so I'd say early March?
What year?
It's 817 AUC. Sorry, you look confused. 817 years since the founding of Rome. Which part of the Empire are you from, exactly?
Ah, 65 CE. Interesting. Our archaeologist Insight is already helping us. Hello, Vixen. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful Thursday evening. Sorry that it's so late. Spoiler heavy game. Please watch only if you don't want to play it already. No, please no spoilers in chat. Can we pin that, actually? Done. Pinned. Manually unpinned at the end of the stream. Perfect. Because that would be good for everybody to know, as soon as they come in, that this is a very spoiler-heavy game. Very story-driven, I guess. Oh, you've played this, Chip Edge? Ah, okay. Actually, it is early March. It is. Perhaps I knew all along. Didn't. Pure coincidence. Play the original. I'm mostly interested in how it got changed. Oh. There was an original? It's not late at all for me. Fantastic. Well, we'll probably have a late stream then. 65 CE. I don't think he's going to like that.
CE? No idea what you're talking about. But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine.
Your laws?
Not laws, law. There's just one, the golden rule, and the punishment for breaking it's, well, it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, are you coming?
The golden rule. How on the nose? Alright, lead the way.
Follow me. When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see, we've got a nice little community now.
Actually quite lovely. I'd love to live here. Maybe for like a week.
23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Hello.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your pretty new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking her to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Ah, free drink, you say? Democracy it is. That's like your hairstyle. What is this way? Lots.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her, if I were you. She's... it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... Well, you know, I don't know what happened to her.
Seem to be golden people around. Oh. Ne kvid vanivir noli noker noli. Perfect. First try. Don't steal anything. Don't hurt anyone. Don't... Alright, this didn't get a chance to finish, evidently. Lie? Don't lie?
Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Don't graffiti makes a lot more sense.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
How does he know I'm here?
But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy.
I like you, Gale.
Sit in, citizen.
Keep you in my
My name's
party for now.
Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please.
Don't push golden statues around. They may as well kill me now. What's this about?
I expect the magistrate wants to brief you about the Golden Rule. It shouldn't take too long. He's busy preparing for the election later today.
Alright.
Follow me. The only thing you really need to understand right now is the Golden Rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way.
Oh. There is an auto walk.
In the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter if they'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the Golden Rule is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. Who's up these stairs?
Exactly 10 times worse. So if anyone breaks the Golden Rule, everyone dies? Historically, that has always worked. Collective punishment? Such a good idea. Sarcasm.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name?
Batsy?
A curious name to match a curious accent.
Oh, why, thank you.
But I digress. I see you have the piercing and astute eyes of Athena. You must be a woman of great learning. We're always happy to welcome another scholar to our little community. Equitia will be delighted to meet you, I'm sure. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains, many hundreds of years ago.
It's beautiful.
Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever witnessed something so extraordinary as a city without sin?
Got it. Understood. Here's my theory. Someone commits a sin in this city, making the city explode. Therefore, everyone starts running away and turning into gold. Then, many hundreds of years later, we discover the remains, go back in time to before the sin was committed, and have to kind of solve the sin before it happens, maybe. I don't know. That's how much I've got so far. Can't say I have.
Nor could I until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die.
I knew it.
You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment. like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold.
Didn't we say that?
We've come to call it the Golden.
Medusa and Midas. It's exactly what we said.
Extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up. And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please, ask away.
What counts as a sin here?
An intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes, or to some other ill-defined wrong?
Perhaps the sinner doesn't even realize they're doing wrong.
Basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for centuries.
Hold on. Voice actor for Magistrate Sentius. Is that the same voice actor that did the Stanley Parable? Sentius. Voice actor. I'm looking it up. Roger Ringrose. Hold on. Roger Ringrose. Stanley Parable? Doesn't look like it. Similar voice then. Who did Stanley Parable? Kevin Brighting. Both British. Not sure if that's a good idea. What is legal isn't always moral, and many of your laws and customs are considered barbaric, or... I mean... I don't want to rock the boat too much just yet. Makes sense to me.
I'm glad you agree. The key things to remember are that we have laws forbidding treason and blasphemy, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson and so on. I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows. I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were you.
What did you mean when you said Prospina sent me?
You see,
Proserpina?
in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual to Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you. You don't belong in our time, do you?
Just a straight up lie. You're right. I'm from 2,000 years in the future.
2,000 years? That is unfathomable. Please tell me, in your time, what did you see? What had become of us? Of this city?
We'll continue with the honesty. You'd all been turned into golden statues.
I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times. But it still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it.
Okay, so... So Al went back in time and failed and got turned into a golden statue. How does the ritual work?
All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future?
To see human remains in the temple. I mean, we saw human remains everywhere.
I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you?
I'll do my best.
Well, I suppose that's all I can ask for.
Why can't you investigate?
Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on the wrong foot.
Okay. Suspects?
Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better.
Fair enough. If I do this, will you help me get back to my own time?
If I understand Proserpina's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the golden rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense?
It does, but that's a big leap of faith you're making there, Magistrate Cynthius. You don't know that time works like that. It could easily also just rip apart time and space. Sure, why not? That's all the questions I have.
Good. So, are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break the golden rule?
You son of a bitch, I'm in.
Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it'll win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back and tell me immediately.
Alright, let's get going.
One last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo.
Lucretia? Okay.
I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
Heard wailing from there not long ago. I'll get right at it. How interesting. Explaining as he understood from the same source that taught him. Yeah. I know. He's got godly insight, I guess. I'm a big space nerd. Oh, Denarius. Silent Dreamwalker. Hello. Wonderful to see you again. It has been some time. Alright, okay. So let's solve this little issue that these Romans have here. Oh, let's not jump that way. That's a bit far. At least a year? Well, yeah, I've been here. For the most part, anyway. I mean, doing things here and there, living life. Vial. Rudimentary perfume made from flowers and oil. Bust. Sculpture of Ares, the Greek god of war. Brass jar containing some sort of powder for makeup. Oh, a journal. Sentia believes everyone is entitled to their secrets. Dear diary, today my father suggested I write a diary. It's a way of keeping myself occupied while we all deal with the sudden and devastating disappearance of my sister. As a dutiful daughter, of course I shall oblige. The following pages contain my innermost secrets. I know you're reading this, Father. I may be young, but do not think me stupid. We're all entitled to our secrets. Sentia. Ballad, I suppose. Brass mirror. So this is Sentia's room. Computer crashed. Just got a new one last week. Oh, well. Welcome back. Sorry to hear that your computer died. Okay, we should not steal. Just yet. Okay, more cosmetic jars. Vials, brass mirrors, ink jar. Doesn't look like there's anything else in here. Let's go to the Shrine of Apollo. Yep.
Ah, you've returned. Do you have any news about your investigation?
It was Scintilla. I'm sure of it. He's keeping secrets. What's your story?
Sextus Sentius Imperiosus is my name, though magistrate is the proper way to address me. Before I wound up here, I was a decurion in the cavalry of Imperial Rome, helping protect civilization from the barbarians.
What's a decurion?
It's a cavalry officer. I had 30 men under my command. This was my uniform.
Why are you still wearing it?
As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but today I may need to survive long enough to create the portal for you, so it seemed prudent.
How did you end up here?
My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as honor guard for a visiting dignitary arriving upriver by barge. Now the port is usually bustling, but just as our guests arrived, waves of people began running toward the river from streets and alleyways in every direction. They were trying to escape a terrible fire. Unfortunately, the crowd sent my horse into a panic, and I remember it losing its footing by the water's edge. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on a riverbank not far from here in the company of some stranger. I went looking for my horse and discovered that lonely temple. You can probably figure out the rest.
Hello, Nige. Apologies, I didn't see you come in. That's not like talking to leaders in a Civ game. It is, you know. I've had a craving to play a Civilization game again. I never actually picked up 6, but I was a big fan of Civ 5. It's a good time. Have a good luck, Mel. Yes. Hopefully the mood improves. Thanks for being here. How did you become magistrate?
I was elected 7 months ago, uncontested because of my command experience. Since then, there's been growing agitation for another election. They're supposed to be annual, but I agreed to hold it sooner, hoping it would placate my constituents. Unfortunately, it just seems to have emboldened certain elements instead.
Sorry. I just couldn't help but think about how that reflects modern politics too well. Let's talk about something else. For you to ignore me after saying you're a fellow old man. Well, I'm not as old as Magistrate Sentius here. Who's going to break the gut? Nair. So to ask some questions about Nair. Is there no way out of here? What do you think about the goblin? That could be interesting.
I've had plenty of time to think about it. Let me see if I can sum up my thoughts. I've always considered my guiding star to be the well-being of the Roman people.
Do we think the
Our
voices
survival
are
and
actually a bit low?
prosperity have always hinged upon honoring the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. Give the gods what they want and we all prosper. Dishonor them and we all die. It's as simple as that. The real enemy in this place is not
I'll boost
the
them.
golden rule, but human failings. The temptation to slide into degeneracy, greed, and hubris. I trust that answers your question.
Yeah, I get back to it.
I'll be waiting here for news.
As if I was a great game, spent many hours playing it. Me too. I think I must have put over 1,000 hours. Oh, hello. Who's this hunk?
What were you two talking about?
Are you the guy that was running away? I reckon I had the helmet. Sorry, what?
Don't play dumb. I saw you. Having a shady little chat with old man Sentius up on his balcony. If he's making a last-ditch effort to pick up votes by talking to a woman, he's even more senile than I thought. Everyone knows women can't vote.
We weren't talking about the election.
What else would you be murmuring about on election day? Mark my words, Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day. And if I tell him you've sided with that feeble old has-been, that you've been trying to undermine his hard-won victory, you'll have picked the wrong patron. Got it?
I wasn't thinking of interfering, but now I am.
Oh, you just made a big mistake. Malleolus is going to hear all about this, and he'll make you suffer the tortures of Tartarus while you're still alive.
Tell Malleolus he's going down.
Stircum Adite.
What an asshole. Hello?
Keep an
Isn't
eye
the
out for
great
Scintilla,
temple
would you?
majestic?
Gracious?
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
What's your story?
Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose it's quite charming in its own way. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without due formality or courtesy ask, "What is your story?"
I'm in a hurry.
Oh, a hurry, you say? Well, in that
Get to it.
case, let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you like. It'll be a refreshing change.
Wonderful. Thank you. How did you end up here?
You know, I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How
What do you
did
mean you don't
end
know?
up here?
Stranger dragged me out of a river unconscious and sent me in here.
I wonder if... No,
What were you going to say?
I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember and see if you notice any patterns.
You're being a bit coy.
I know. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too.
Want a Stircum Edite translation? Absolutely. Did he call me an asshole back? Livia? What happened to Livia?
Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of our little community, darning clothes and cutting hair. She was always so chatty, always seeking out newcomers and asking them where they were from and how they wound up here. And then, about a month ago, she suddenly
Eat shit.
She withdrew.
Wonderful.
Stopped working and became despondent, started muttering to herself. Galerius and I visited her to see how we could help, but she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows, and told us we were ignorant of some pattern. Look, it could be unrelated, Perhaps she simply fell ill. Or, as Galerius suggested, the weight of the Golden Rule was too much for her. But there is a small chance that she learned something, saw a pattern nobody else saw, and that it broke her. I just
Okay, we need to
don't
talk to
want
her.
to see that happen to you. So be careful, will you?
That was the woman that we passed by the fire, right?
Thank you. Now, go and follow the thread of truth through this labyrinth, and come back to me if you discover any patterns.
I'll get right on it.
Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbors.
I also agree, Sleepless. The music was going kind of hard there. Voice, we'll pop that up a bit more. Do master volume up to like 80%. Music and interface will bring down ambience and effects a little bit more. Okay, this hopefully is better.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step.
What's your story, Rufius?
Can't talk long. Got to stay sharp, but... family's from Seleucia on Tigris. Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions. The 6th. The one they call Ironclads.
How'd you end up here?
Same way as everyone else.
Fantastic. Why are you still wearing your legionary armor?
Because we're all in grave danger. Is it not obvious?
Why didn't you have a weapon?
Magistrate made me toss it in a chasm. Stupid. Going to have to improvise now.
It's interesting to me that you can start this game with a gun. Not much of a talker, aren't you?
If you were dealing with what I am, you wouldn't be either.
What are you dealing with?
None of your business. Introiti ipsam commensula.
Ooh. Perhaps we can learn more Latin
If we have to.
in this game. Do you know a way out?
If I did, do you think we'd be having this conversation?
He wants out of here. What do you think about the Golden Rule?
I'll tell you this much. I hate the fact that my survival depends on the common sense of other people.
That is a valid take, to be honest. Wait a minute, what? I know the feeling. I've lived through a pandemic.
Ah, then you know what I'm talking about. I mean, all these people just bumble along like nothing's wrong. Well, we're one bad decision away from being wiped out. Like the last lot of people who lived here. Seems like I'm the only one ready for what's coming. Whatever that is. And when it hits, it's everyone for themselves. You've been warned.
What do you think is coming?
I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of these statues are watching us when we're not looking? Like they're waiting for something. I don't like it.
I think you're right.
Of course I am.
You're gonna vote for?
Meliodas.
Hmm.
Not sure I trust Sentius. Couldn't even protect his daughter in a city without sin. How's he going to protect us?
What do you mean by that? Anything I can do to change that?
No.
I'll win you over, Rufius.
Whatever.
You're a bit blunt, but I think I can get you on my side. Who else is around here? That's a penis.
Give me a moment. Sorry I'm such a mess. I just lost a patient and a dear friend. Yulia. She was a good woman.
What happened?
She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally, I'd treat her with resin of silphium, a rare plant which is perfect for this sort of thing. And I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just looks at me with this evil smile and says, "That'll be 1,000 denarii." There was no way I could afford that, and he knew it. Then that toad shrugs and says, "Supply and demand. I guess you don't value your friend's life that highly." Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall, but there's no way I can do that down here with the golden rule. So all I could do is come back here and just watch her die. I kept on apologizing. And now I'll never know who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule, or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her dying breath.
So this is something that we're going to need to solve with a new time loop. Steal some of the medicine, bring it here before we get punished, and then interrogate as much as we can. That's something I can do to help.
Well, unless you have the power to bring someone back from the dead, there's really just one thing you can do. Get me that silphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day or in the next hour. And I will not allow this to happen again. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I lose another patient this way, I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will stop me from marching up to that genetricum fututo and scratching his eyes out.
Interesting. I think she's just exaggerating for emphasis. I don't actually think it's her. But I will help you.
Well, come back if you get sick or injured. Day or night, I'll do what I can.
Persuade Decius to hand over the silphium resin. Dead. Question of barbaric-looking medical implements, including forceps and shears. Hello, Apollo. Family fornicator.
Feeling all right?
Didn't ask. What's your story?
I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is Nevia's clinic. I've just been filling in ever since she disappeared. I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the time. But I'd rather take this on myself than let one of you lot mess it up.
How did you end up here, Lucretia?
My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Roman way more than I would have liked and turned into an awful philanderer. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry, but I knew he would sooner have me killed than give me my right. So I waited for the right time to take what was mine and disappear. And then the fires came. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered our most precious belongings, coins and gemstones, and the moment his back was turned, I ran. I could barely see for the smoke, and the streets were full of people trampling each other. I ran for the river, like everyone else, and leapt in. The next thing I remember, I was waking up on a riverbank, not far from here.
Interesting. This is the first time... Well, I don't actually remember for the magistrate story. Totally blanked. But this is the first time somebody else has said that they woke up having jumped in a river, the same as us. So I'd hear that.
It's all right. Say what you will about this place. At least my fornicating husband will never find me. And while there's no shortage of snakes here, at least with the golden rule, they have to try to be discreet about it.
Why are you working out of a shrine?
Oh, this shrine was in use as a clinic long before any of us arrived here. Kind of strange to set up a clinic in the temple of the god of disease. But the god who inflicts a curse is also the only god who can undo it. So I suppose praying to Apollo for healing kind of makes sense.
Is Apollo the god of disease? I knew he was the god of music. I didn't realize he's the god of disease.
Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician, but she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good too, until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying, but I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem, a real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed and he's in constant pain. I really shouldn't say. He wouldn't like it. And he's a little bit scary. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off, and I worry he'll end up losing his temper and lashing out, and you know what that means. I just know Nevia would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive. But nobody seems to know how to get into the palace.
Maybe I would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive, but nobody seems to know how to get into the palace. I would like to meet Navia. Let's see what I can do.
Thanks, I suppose.
No way out of here?
I wish. Some people here need proper medical care, not the half-baked, hanging by a thread excuse for treatment I'm giving them. Just don't get sick or injured here. I'll do my best to treat you, but I'm out of my depth and dangerously short on everything you can imagine.
What do you think about the Golden Rule?
A city without sin might sound good on paper, but whoever dreamt it up didn't think it through. Maybe it was an attempt to create some kind of utopia. But snakes like Decius will always find loopholes to exploit. And what can we do about it? Absolutely nothing. In some ways, we are worse off because we can't take the law into our own hands.
Can we talk about Yulia?
Sure. What do you want to know?
Do you think she was poisoned?
Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely they would have broken the golden rule, and so maybe it's best we don't discuss it.
Wow, that seems like something I should follow up on. Do you know what poisoned her?
Hemlock, I believe.
Hemlock. Okay. Is there any reason why she might have wanted to die?
I haven't seen her in months. She's not allowed to leave Malleolus' villa, and they are quite secretive. Gladly.
How we going?
Well, come back if you get sick or injured. Day or night, I'll do what I can.
I like you, Lucretia. You're solid. Okay. Beautiful flower. Seems to be freely available. It's mine.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Opius, the thief stole my purse, and whoever wrote this did not get to finish.
Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Decius. Terrible shame what happened to Yulia, but we just have to carry on, don't we?
What's your story?
You mean how did I end up here? That is a lengthy tale.
Let's hear it.
All right. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies of Rome. Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave, fetch a magnificent price in Roman high society. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing through a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin, so I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done.
You chose the cart, didn't you?
Of course I chose the cart. I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl, if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber.
Black eyes, huh? Interesting. So you took her with you after all? No, I think I see where this is going.
Naturally, I dived in after it, hoping to salvage my fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank not far from here, with nothing in the world but a single silver coin.
I also arrived with a single silver coin. Interesting. Okay, new theory developing in my mind. Hold on, chat. Bear with me here. No need to confirm nor deny. We seem to all be either falling into a river or being pulled out of a river, the river being the Tiber. And also, we all seem to, I say all, I've only got myself as evidence and Decius here as well. We seem to be having a silver coin in our possession as well. Could that be the coin that we need to pay Charon, or the Roman equivalent of Charon, to take us to the next life?
His acclaim spreads.
Luxury Pigeon! Thank you for the raid, Pidge. I'm just theory crafting here. Welcome in, everybody. How are you all doing? It's wonderful to have you. If you don't know who I am, hi. I'm Labatz, voice actor and streamer. Pretty sure I'm the only streamer on the internet.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Really breaking new ground, me. Okaroon, thanks so much for resubscribing for 8 months. Really appreciate it, bud. How you doing, Pitch? What are you up to? A difficult game about climbing. Back at it, eh? How far did you get? And Oka, most recently, playing Cult of the Lamb, of course. I should all warn you, before we go any further, this is a very spoiler-heavy game. The Forgotten City is what it's called. It's not spoiler to say that it's a time loop game. We have just started it. We're about an hour and a bit in. But it's very similar to the Outer Wilds, and has that same kind of you can only play it once type of energy. So if you have an interest in playing the Forgotten City, I would advise you to leave and never return. But perhaps you want to see a little bit more. Just, you know, dip your toes in it. And it should be safe to stick around for like 5-10 minutes or so, you know? Right? Possibly? Don't know. Either way, welcome in, everybody. Please say I've actually made some progress. Congratulations, Pidge. Brand new spoilers happen at every moment. That's a good way to put it, fairly okay. Spoiler for what? Game of Thrones? I've not seen it yet. Well, actually, there is a moment in Game of Thrones which is actually very similar to what happens to people in this game. That's funny you brought that up. Definitely not interested in this at all. Only interested in hearing your voice. Tempestus. You, sweetheart. If anyone doesn't know Luxury Pigeon, please do. Go follow them as well. One of my favorite places to hang out on twitch.tv at the minute. Also, Occaroon. Please don't go follow them too. Two very, very entertaining British streamers. Okay, I think that was it. Oh yeah, and if anyone needs to go and water yourselves or get some food or rest, it is late for us now. It's 11 PM in the UK. Go ahead and do that. I know some people have work tomorrow. That's okay. I'll be starting this soon. So that, you know, just waiting for the last few people to filter out that maybe don't want spoilers. But I'd say 3, 2, 1, commiserations.
Thank you, friend. But it turns out it might have been a stroke of good fortune, because this place is a veritable treasure trove. Look around you. There must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to get it out of here.
I'm here purely for the game. I knew you would be, Paige. You're not convinced. You don't think that my voice is real. You're the only one that sees the truth. Hello, look who's watching. So Childa's wondering if I behave the way I do in Witcher stream. Yeah, how would you sound angry like, shut the fuck up, Jin? Shut your face, I said shut up. I was getting a bit pissed off at audio issues earlier in the stream. So maybe if you somehow manage to piss me off as much as audio issues do, we'll get there. I need some resin.
Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000 denarii.
You're price gouging over life-saving medicine. What is wrong with you?
Oh, it's perfectly legal. Simply a question of supply and demand, I'm afraid. Take it or leave it.
Did you hear that?
Hear what?
Never mind.
You sure you're feeling alright? If you're hearing things, perhaps you should pay a visit to Lucretia's clinic. We don't want another Navier on our hands.
Joking, you read Harry Potter would be good? Yeah. Probably shouldn't read any more of that, to be honest. Although...
She claimed the statues were whispering to her. Nobody else could hear it. Then she shut herself in the palace and we never heard from her again.
Oh, the statues are whispering to us.
Do you want this Sylphium or not?
Though I should say, I probably would read something, but it'll need to be something that is in the public domain. I'm still kind of trying to decide what to read on stream. It needs to be old books, something like the Iliad, the Odyssey, Dracula, Frankenstein, Three Musketeers, I believe, is also public domain now. The classics, you know. I could read those, quite happily. Technically not allowed to read Harry Potter, though. How about some smart? If it's public domain smart. I don't know that Twitch can really stop me from reading that. Maybe they can. Maybe they can. I've not looked at their recent TOS updates. But who knows? Perhaps one day. How would I come up with 1,000 denarii?
That's hardly my concern. But if you get a job, work hard and save your coins, you should be able to afford it within, say, 5 years?
Great. Why don't I just take it instead?
Well, if you did that, you'd break the golden rule, and we'd share the same fate as the last lot who lived here. Is that what you want?
Why are the golden statues telling me to steal and run away? Ooh, we could bluff him. So, okay. Slight context for everyone that's here. We are in the Forgotten City. It is a Roman city that we have been transported through time to get to. For reasons. We don't really know. But in this Forgotten City, if anyone commits a sin, and what is considered a sin is very much up for interpretation here, everybody dies. You don't really get written rules as to what is a sin and what is not, but if someone commits a sin and angers the gods, everyone dies. So, you can't really steal things, or kill people, or break into people's houses to find evidence. So, maybe intimidation isn't a sin, right? That's the whole thing with this game, is that someone commits a sin, and you are investigating to find out who. Let's just bully this guy. Is that what you want? If not, hand them over now.
Do you think I don't know a bluff when I see one? Nice try.
Oh yeah. I don't have that kind of money.
Very well. Perhaps I can interest you in something within your budget?
What do you think about the golden rule?
It's terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. At least down here. Of course, I have an idea for generating real wealth, but what I need is a bow. Just a simple composite bow. I've scoured this city from top to bottom with no luck. But if you happen to find one, bring it to me and we'll talk.
Hasn't the magistrate banned weapons?
Oh, well, technically yes, but that just means you'll need to be a little discreet.
Really wish I chose the soldier background. Bringing a gun into Roman times? Sounds like fun. That'd be a good way to intimidate people. I'll see what I can do.
Thank you, friend.
Do you know a way out of here?
I'm afraid not. If you're desperate, I did hear that Aurelia down at the tavern claims to know of a way out, but I'm not sure I trust her. Some people here are a little shady for my liking.
Really? I hadn't noticed.
Oh yeah, gotta watch out. Old Dacius has got your back though.
Who you voted for?
Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he have of protecting us?
You're the second person to say that. I'd like you to vote for Sentius.
Not gonna happen.
No. Well, I'll get you your bow and then you'll vote for him.
Another time.
So, yeah, here we are. See all these golden statues of people praying and running? These were the last people that lived in this forgotten city. That, unfortunately, all perished because someone committed a sin. It's quite interesting. What is this? I could steal it. I could steal it. It is an option. A bottle of Sulphium resin, an extremely valuable ancient Roman remedy for various afflictions. But if I stole it, bad things will start happening, I assume. Do I have... Ah, yes, here. Leads. Create a time paradox. Golden rule. Who are you?
A fellow traveler from a faraway land.
Would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
Hello, Virgil.
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to our little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. You arrived on a sad day, friend. What with Julia's death. I wish we could have met under better circumstances.
Well, What's your story, Virgil? How's Tracy Island recently?
Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. That's probably too grandiose a term to describe what I do here. Help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapsing on people, that kind of thing. But you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious architecture or mysterious history of this place.
Tell me about the history.
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines were constructed hundreds of years ago, which means Romans have been arriving here for at least that long. But there's one thing that puzzles me. The oldest shrine in this avenue isn't Roman at all. It's Greek.
What a shrine in this avenue isn't Roman at all. It's Greek. Maybe I'm right. Lurking while I sort baby out? No worries, NaJD. Hopefully baby is okay. The oldest shrine in this avenue isn't Roman, it's Greek. So perhaps my Charon theory is partially correct. We died in the river Tiber, which, I don't know, it could have some connection to the river Styx. And then we had a coin on us to pay Charon to take us to the next life. But we're kind of stuck here in this limbo city? Is it common for Romans to copy Greek?
Well, yes, that could be the reason. Or it could mean that there were Greeks living and worshipping here before the Romans arrived. Which begs the interesting question, who really built this place? And could it be far older than any of us imagine? If only there was a way we could talk to the people who came here before us. The stories they could tell.
Tell me about the architecture.
Gladly. Personally, my favorite thing about this place is the aqueducts. Those series of adjoining arches. They're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering with a very practical purpose. They take fresh water coming from outside the city and distribute it all across the chasm. It's funneled below the palace and into a cistern beneath the great temple. Some of it flows down into another cistern beneath the villas, and the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina, where it fills the lake and allows us to fish and farm.
Okay. The river Styx, flowing into a city. But I am really just melding in this crackpot theory at the minute. The river Styx flowing into a forgotten Roman/Greek city, which makes up all of the water that is usable for food and, well, water. What would that do to people? They bring water into the city, could we use them to escape?
Not so loud. Just talking about that could anger the gods for all we know. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you'd have to find a way inside somehow. Just, please, try to be a bit more discreet about it.
Okay, tell me about the temple.
You mean the Great Temple? This one's a bit of a mystery. Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, it's clear that whoever built it felt it was the most important temple in the city. Unfortunately, someone else went out of their way to keep its purpose a mystery. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. Usually, that god is obvious. But in this case, it's unknown. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. But it appears some barbarian defaced it. And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that contains the treasury. So we're all left wondering, Which god is that temple dedicated to? And could it be the one responsible for the Golden Rule? Unless somebody figures out a way inside, I suppose we'll never know.
I would put money on it being Charon, or someone else to do with the Greek underworld. Perhaps Hades. You know of a way out of it?
You wouldn't believe how often the new ones ask that question. But I'd tell you the same thing I tell everyone else. There are much worse places to live out your days. You might have a few sleepless nights thinking about the Golden Rule, but once you get used to the fear, knowing that a single slip-up could cost you everything, it's not too bad. Nothing new to me, anyway.
What do you mean?
Oh, I just mean I grew up in the Batavi tribe, far to the north in Noviomagus, and learned to expect a bit of hostility. They weren't nearly as tolerant as the Romans.
What do you think about the Golden Rule?
Some people say it's divine, the work of a god, but I'm not so sure. It just seems so flawed to me. Like it's distinctly human. I mean, once you've been here long enough, you'll notice people doing things that just seem so wrong to you. But this so-called god doesn't seem to care, which means one of two things. Either you don't know the difference between right and wrong, or this unknown god doesn't. And I'm pretty sure I know the difference. Do you?
I'm not sure.
Fair enough.
Batsy, I'm going to make myself some dinner and feed my animals. No worries, Tempestus. Thank you for coming to hang out. We'll be here for, at this rate, maybe a couple hours more. Because this has gripped me. I'm very interested to at least see what is going to happen at the end of this first loop. Notice the graffiti, what does it mean?
Oh, it means someone thinks I'm a sinner, and that I'm going to break the Golden Rule.
Why does someone think that?
Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my preference for male company.
Right, I see.
And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagus, you expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs to yourself. So I hid who I was for, what was it, nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi.
Sorry to hear that.
Nice of you to say, but not necessary. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I am. Or at least, I thought that was the case. It seems I was wrong.
That's what I was going to say. I thought the Romans and Greeks were much more accepting when it came to homosexuality. But I guess from who we've talked to so far, of the 20 or so people that are alive here in this city, a lot of them seem to be foreigners to Rome. So different rules, different cultures. Do you know who's writing the graffiti?
It's not just graffiti. I have quite a collection of handwritten notes too. The strange thing is, I keep my personal
The music
affairs
has
to
changed.
myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could have done to upset this person. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one of those cultists.
Noviomagus Batavorum, or the Batavi tribe, located in what is now the Netherlands. Who would have thought? Interested. Sorry, cultists?
Strange bunch. They insist there's only one god, and that he considers my nature a sin. Can you believe that? If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the golden rule.
Could he be talking about Christians? They insist that there is a single God?
Today is a sad day.
Let me look into it for you.
What? Really? I didn't expect that. But thanks. It's always a pleasure to meet someone so selfless. I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by figuring out who the cultists are. Or maybe ask around among the merchants here. Someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen something. But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just confused.
I am interested in this quest line. I'll see what I can do. I'm not going to do it straight away. Who are you going to vote for?
Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in this place. And while it's all a bit vague, at least he has a vision.
Anything I can do to change that?
My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking.
Well, that's fine.
Nice to talk to you.
I'll help you out, Virgil. Eventually. Wasn't there someone else that I could talk to around here? Whoa! Stop it.
Greetings and salutations. Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India, and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me, I must know, from which exotic part of the world do you hail?
London. I'm from beyond the edge of the known world.
Then you are an explorer, like me. Wonderful. You must have many stories to share. I cannot wait to hear them. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you require assistance? I know you do not require clothing, so information perhaps?
We didn't get to ask Virgil how he got here. Did he just tell us when we asked about his story? He must have done. I'm not paying attention.
My story? How kind of you to ask. I am a tailor and I run the humble shop in the forum.
Okay. Why set up a tailor shop here?
You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule and so few customers, why bother setting shop at all?
Yes, more or less.
I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish to remind my friends of the importance of looking one's best. I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here, the more we can preserve a semblance of normality, the better our chances of keeping our heads. Don't you agree?
I actually do, yeah. Suppose so.
Oh, and there is another reason too. If we all end up as golden statues for future generations to marvel at, I don't know about you, but I would like to look my best.
Now that's a good attitude to have. How did you end up here?
A good question. A very good question indeed. And I would be happy to tell you if only I could remember it clearly myself.
Why don't you tell me what you remember?
I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares, and drowning in coin, I decided to celebrate my success. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited over a few select friends, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine money could buy. Quite a lot of it, in fact. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in the desert sands more than once, but none of that compares to this. This time, I remember people screaming. then falling into a void as empty as time before creation, gasping for air, and then nothing. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the banks of the Tiber, gods know how many miles from my villa.
Okay. So Georgius was incredibly drunk, but he did have a house or villa by the Tiber. So he could have also fallen in. He floated down the Tiber.
Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying a little extra weight. I believe it kept me afloat. In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and resuscitated by a benevolent stranger. I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave, and discovered that trapdoor temple. And here I am.
Okay.
Anything you like.
No way out.
Shh! Not so loud. What are you playing at?
Did I say something wrong?
Have you not been told about the last attempt?
No.
Oh, then I suppose this duty falls to me. It is a long story.
I'm not going anywhere.
Aha, you are witty. I like that. Of course, the first question any of us asks when we first arrive is, how do I escape? It is only natural after all. And scaling the chasm wall is out of the question, for it is simply too steep and too far. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave the way we came in, through the shaft above the bathhouse. See, the shaft is quite high, but if one gathered up enough wood, one could make a series of ladders and climb one's way out.
Why hasn't anyone done that yet?
They have. I am getting to that. There was an attempt made by resourceful fellows who lived here some years ago. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately, as soon as they began to carry the first ladder down the hallway, they heard a godlike voice saying the entire city, and that, tragically, is where their tale ends. So it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god oversees this place, and so I say it is best to not even discuss it aloud.
That's wild. So the gods are actively looking out for things that aren't even sins, like escape attempts. Why would they do that? What do you think about the golden rule?
Ah, yes. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. As a Greek, this is nothing new to me. It is how our gods operate.
It's how our gods operate. Another point for it being Greek god related. Why do you say that?
Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first to learn this dreadful lesson when he abducted Persephone and imprisoned her in the underworld. When Demeter, the mother of Persephone, learned of this, she did not punish Hades, the guilty one. Instead, she changed the climate of Earth so that it became hot and dry. Nothing grew. The grain turned to empty husks and the rivers dried up. Innocent people died by the tens of thousands until at last the other gods were forced to act, lest they have no worshippers left. So yes, we know this rule. This has always been the case. The Golden Rule has merely brought it into focus.
Yes, I have played Hades, the video game, by Supergiant Games. I look forward to the second. What can we do about it?
If we are to survive, I say we must each heed the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus, first of the 7 sages of Greece, who said, "Avoid doing what you would blame others for doing."
Easier said than done.
Regrettably, I think you are correct, my friend. For even if 99% of us adopt this principle, that will never be enough. Sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the life's work of many good people can be undone in the blink of an eye by a single selfish act.
Hello, Red. Welcome in. Time for any news on Hades 2? Me too. Stupid Giant Games? I love Super Giant stuff. Okay, good. Good. Fairly okay. Because Calling Supergiant Stupid Giant is blasphemous around these parts. We love Supergiant here. What an incredible game dev. What did he say? Selling no matter how well we protect ourselves. Lives of work of good people going to be taken in. Yeah, single eye. Okay. I've seen it happen.
Ah, the voice of experience. I am sorry for your loss, my friend. But on a lighter note, I will say one thing for the Golden Rule. For all their grim and haunting poses, these golden statues do make magnificent models for my clothing, do they not?
And who are you voting for, Georges?
My friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection, I'm leaning toward voting for Malleolus. I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the wrong way.
Ah, you're being intimidated. Okay. Anything I can do to change that?
Nothing comes to my mind, my friend.
Don't worry. I'll kill the dude. I'll make it a one-horse race. Any idea who's threatening Virgil?
This is troubling, is it not? I'm afraid I have no idea. It is ridiculous though. Virgil is a fine man. But my young friend Fabia confided in me that she saw someone leaving graffiti on his shop front last night. Perhaps you should ask her about it.
Ooh. Okay.
I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
Georgius, I like you. You seem like a stand-up fellow. Oh, you're holding on to some dead people. What do you have in your chest? A lot of money. Okay. What else is in here? Accusatory note. Virgil, do you really want to be responsible for the sin that destroys us all? Well, clearly. He's not done anything yet. So I think he's fine. Wait, hold on. Virgil, they may not see you yet, but I want you to know I see you. Shovel. Could steal it. Steal it and run? What do we think, everyone? Should I steal the medicine and leg it? Or should I just be a good boy for this first run through and wait? I don't like that. I don't like your pose. Oh, what's this? Shopping list. Things to buy once I've escaped. Villa on the Aventine, Rome. 2-horse chariot, seat on the Senate. You could just buy a seat on the Senate. 4-horse chariot, villa on the Bay of Naples. 10-horse chariot, 12 slave girls, pale and plump. Huh. Theseus's place. Of course it is. And the chest is locked. Good. Right. The Whispers are trying to tempt me to sin because they want to move again. Bread recipe. Generous pinch of yeast, yada yada, pour the water, mix bowl. Nothing suspicious about that. Okay. Well, we've met some very colourful characters here. Let's take a look at our objectives again. Point of origin. Travel thousands of years into the past. I need to find a way back to my original timeline somehow. This is just a main objective. We'll do that eventually. The city lives in fear of a mysterious law called the Golden Rule. I'd love to go and take a look at the mysterious temple to an unknown god. We have suspicions already on Lucretia, Decius, Virgil, and Domitius, although really... Wait, who's Domitius? I don't remember who that is. But Virgil and Lucretia, they're fine in my book. Decius, though. whilst I think he's an opportunist and a prick, I don't think he's the reason the golden rule is broken. So, moving on. Common thread. Equitia says everyone in the city has something in common. I need to find out what that is. These 3 common threads. Well, Equitia, some people mentioned a stranger, some people mentioned a river. The river is... Oh yeah, some people did mention a stranger. We also met a stranger. What I should do, actually, is I should steal that medicine right at the start of a loop, and then take it to Navia, or Lucretia, to heal the lady before she dies. If that's even possible. Something's wrong at the Shrine of Apollo. There's no way Desi is going to sell me the Scythian. Election day. Malleolus is hoping to oust Sentius as magistrate. I'll need to stop him somehow. Here, Navia locked herself in the palace. I should find her. But it's locked. Been asked to find a treatment for rheumatism for a patient who is suffering. Okay. Bow might be useful. Obtain a bow. Water under the bridge. Into the upper cistern somehow. Virgil has been receiving threatening notes. We should try to find Fabia then. Seeing as we've asked the merchants in the forum for clues about Virgil's secret admirer. Yeah, we've kind of progressed on this already, haven't we? What is this building? Locked is what it is. And that one was the... Oh. Guess this directs me to where Fabia is.
Help! You have to do something!
Hello?
A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule.
Oh dear. Wait, who are you?
Fabia, but now's not the time. Are you going to help or not?
Oh, I don't have a weapon.
None of us do. The magistrate made us throw them all into the chasm. So now this man's bow is the only one in the city. You'll just have to improvise.
He's got a bow. This is my problem, Fabia.
Are you daft or just callous? If you don't stop him, we're all going to die.
Just callous. Good luck. That's funny. I'll get on it, Fabia. Don't worry.
He's still in there, somewhere.
I'm a master negotiator, me.
Find me in this empty shrine when it's over.
No? Do not go in there.
What? Why?
I have a bad feeling about it.
All right, fine. Come and find me in my bakery instead. Please be careful.
Save Fabia's life. We got an achievement. Stretch. Your Baba Yaga. Your Baba Marker. Your Baba Yaga. Thank you for the stretch. Oh, decent. Oh. I have stretched all of my bones. Oh. They are all now broken. Thank you. And welcome in. Ah. Hello.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is?
I don't know Quintius.
I'm not sure I believe that, so allow me to explain something to you. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the cultist Quinctius for terrible crimes against the Empire.
Oh dear.
So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But if you lie to me or otherwise obstruct the Emperor's business in any way, I will put this arrow through your chest. Is that understood?
Huh. Save? I'm not sure that I can, but I will try to. I mean, got it.
Thank
I still don't know him.
Now tell me, who are you people, and what is this place?
Why don't you put that bow down? You can come in and see for yourself.
Oh, how very welcoming of you. You want me to let my guard down, is that it? You're not going to get your claws into me. I was told Quinctius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to lead
Redeemed
me
too
right
late.
to
Oh
the
dear.
heart of his mystery cult.
Wait, what's a mystery cult?
Oh, don't play coy with me.
Shit.
I don't care if you're worshipping Bacchus, Magna Mater, or Christ. You lot are all the same to me. Always sneaking off to your secret sanctuaries, indoctrinating each other with your little mantras. The Emperor may have tolerated your activities up until now, but after what Quinctius did, those days are numbered.
You got the wrong idea, we're not
You
cultists.
say that, but if you're not a cult, then why go to such great lengths to keep this place a secret?
We're not keeping it a secret, we're all trapped in it.
So you admit you're not allowed to leave.
It's not that we're not allowed to leave, we physically can't leave, there's no way out.
Threatening me is not going to help you, but in any case, that sounds an awful lot like a cult to me. And I saw the inscription saying, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." I take it this is some kind of mantra you all believe?
It's not a mantra, it's a warning.
A distinction without a difference. You've clearly been indoctrinated into this nonsense. Now tell me, where did you lot get enough gold to make all these statues?
There were once people who returned to gold as punishment.
You lot are practicing human sacrifice too.
Yeah, looks like I'm dead. You're distorting what I said.
Yes, yes, because I'm the real villain here. It's all clear to me now. The secret sanctuary, the indoctrination, the mantra, the human sacrifice. You're cultists. There's no doubt in my mind. What baffles me is how a person can believe in something with such zeal. They just can't see what they've become. However, you still have a chance to redeem yourself by telling me where Quinctius is. Do not waste it.
It's going to take for you to let this go. Gold? Take all the gold you want. Ooh. Welcome back, Tempesters. Hopefully your salad is nice. I deflect. He won't believe me if I say I have no idea who it is. That's also deflecting. What can you tell me about him?
Very well. Here's what I know. He's a 40 to 50-year-old man with distinctive eyes, one green and one blue. He's also known to have delusions of grandeur. The Emperor says he and his cult, your cult, are responsible for starting the fire which burnt half of Rome to the ground and killed thousands in the process.
Perhaps the Emperor was looking for a scapegoat?
Who are you to challenge what the Emperor says? Were you there? Do you have spies and scouts all over Rome like he does? No, you do not. This is your last chance. Are you going to tell me where he is?
Oh. I I have no idea who or where he is. I wouldn't help you even if I did know who he is.
Then you're of no use to me. Do you have any last words?
Jesus Christ, you're an idiot. Well, that would, yeah, make me part of the cult, I think. You said you wouldn't kill me if I told you the truth. Jesus Christ, you're an idiot. It's so funny, though.
And there's a simple explanation for that. I lied. But
Of course
if
you
you
did.
want to know the truth before you die, here it is. Once I'm done with you and Quintius, I intend to kill every last one of you wretched degenerates. And I can think of nothing I'd enjoy more.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Ooh. Sentius Max the shrine and uses portal again. Okay, so the statues come alive and kill everybody. Sort of expected.
Out of my way!
There goes Decius. So you would really need to leg it if you committed a sin. Ooh. Hello. You see me. Okay. I have no idea which way I'm going. Only this way. I need your help. Which way am I going?
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me.
I can't see anything. Oh, I still have my torch. Oh, this way. Wrong way. Wait, they're trying to kill me? They're trying to kill me. I'm already dead. This way? Oh. Bloody hell, Sentius. Really did give it all, huh? Ooh. Back again, everybody. Save game. Perhaps a little late, but we have saved. Don't know how the animals know I'm done with work and it's time to get fed, but they all know, even though I am done work at varying times in the afternoon and evening. Sixth sense.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
That escalated quickly. It sure did. I joined on assaulted by boss music. Who the hell did Bats piss off? I pissed off an assassin who killed me. So that's not great. So, yeah. Not a lot I could have done about it. He said, I'll spare your life if you tell me the truth. I told him the truth, and he was like, I lied, I'm going to kill you anyway. And him killing me is a sin. So all of the golden statues came alive and turned everybody else to gold. So I had to run back to the time loop portal. And here we are, back at the beginning again. Have to start over again? Pretty much, but I have all of the information that I gathered still. Batsy, we've had this conversation.
I don't think so. I've never seen you before in my life.
Your name is Galerius, and you're about to offer to take me to see Sentius, so you can tell me about the Golden Rule.
Oh, Bacchus, how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you.
No problem, I have to go.
Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this device I made. Worked real hard on it.
What is it? What the fuck is this? Zipline handlebar. You have zip lines
Just attach
here?
the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, it'll be faster than walking.
You're a genius,
And if it
Gale.
doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake. I haven't quite summoned the courage to test it myself. But don't worry, it's completely safe. Probably.
Thanks.
All right. See you around.
That's really cool. Wait. I think that was the lady I wanted to speak to. What was her name? The one that started hearing voices? Livia.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come.
What's your story, Livia?
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the Forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives.
She's talking about the people of the city. Bloodless shadows. No idea what that means.
They never do.
Hello, Gobby. Welcome in. I'm doing very well, thank you. How are you today? Lovely to see you. You know a way out of here?
There is only a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions.
Infernal regions. Livia, are you saying that this is a layer of the underworld? And the further down we go, we get closer to Asphodel, I believe is the flame realm, right? That's right. Do you need help?
Help me? You cannot help me. I have seen things. A pattern, a terrible pattern. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more.
I'm afraid Kratos has already gotten to Pandora's box. What do you think about the Golden Rule?
The bloodless shadows. This is their punishment.
Right. Can you tell me about the pattern?
You think you wish to know, but you do not. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's...
Okay. I'll be
The
going.
newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them.
Making pizza? Delicious.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Let the buyer beware. Hello, I didn't see you there.
Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued.
Well,
There's
Aurelia,
a light in
like
your
what you
eyes
saw,
I've
eh?
never seen before. A certain learning and sophistication.
Thank you. Please, go on.
What was that? Some kind of joke? If it was, it wasn't funny. I take back what I said. Suddenly, I don't find you so intriguing anymore. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. So, what brings you to my tavern?
I got an achievement for being rejected by Aurelia. Immediate rejection. Oh, good. Good. Clearly, I'm still on top of my game. What's your story?
Ugh, let it go. Nothing's going to happen between us.
Okay, alright. Well, we may as well just not
All
talk
right.
to you then.
See ya.
Fucking hell. Jeez. Small household shrine where ancient Romans offered daily prayers. That's really funny. Hello, Leuven. How are you today? I can't believe it. She was like, oh, you seem really interesting. And I'm like, oh, do go on. And she was like, nah. What? I was receptive. Kabash to Kabash. I told Lucretia about the dreams I've been having. She said it might help her divine their meaning if I wrote them down. Happened again last night. The man by the river was there, as always, his face shrouded in shadow from that peculiar ram headdress. Once again, he introduced himself as Curty and told me he dragged me from the river. Seemed to smirk as he said his name, as if it meant something I could not understand. Indeed, the name rings a bell. I cannot for the life of me remember where I heard it. I do not think I will sleep soundly again until I know who is Curty. We didn't get the name of the lady that pulled us from the river because she was like, I don't really want to say. And I was like, alright, fine. Anybody else around? Well, what about you? Yeah, I'm doing okay. Wait, what's this? Prototype zipline. Of course. Poem by Galerius. My life has been torturous, as the 7 labors of Hercules. Orphaned, defeated, and enslaved, yet I would suffer it all again, gladly. Because each loss, wound, and tragedy brought me to you. Radiant as Rome's sacred flame, your bright warmth nourishes my soul. I know I can never touch you, any more than hold Vesta's flame, but to watch and love you from afar, bathing in your glow, is enough. That's beautiful, Gale.
The 49 melodies fetch again with incessant labor the water they have lost.
He watches through their eyes. He, specifically. Okay. So the god watches through either the eyes of the statues or the eyes of the people. Okay, whisper, the fuck is he? I believe it's the statues that are whispering to me.
Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone that always returns.
Yes. Theophilus had an orgy with 4 girls here and disappointed all of them equally. Oh, Theo. You got 4 girls in your bed. I couldn't even get Aurelius over here, whatever her name is.
Beautiful.
Aurelia. At least he tried. He got the chance. Dice Tower. Oh, you played D&D? Dice Tower, designed to stop people from cheating when rolling dice. Clearly, cheating must be a problem among Romans. Ooh. Looks like Domitus was carrying his shield with him when he arrived in the city. This is Domitus. No. Couldn't satisfy a single one? He had 4 chances. Blew it all. Well, phrasing, I suppose.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes you.
Avia's chest. Key to the chest in the Shrine of Apollo. That's not stealing. The chest in the clinic of the Shrine of Apollo. Ooh, fantastic. Do not like these statues. Well, you did just see them come to... Oh, look at that. Oh, cool. The people that are alive now place stuff up against the statue and in their arms. That's clever. You did see them all come to life, right? That was kind of spooky. Up rack. Lucretia's chest? Okay. Romans offered daily prayers. Yeah, it does make it worse. As soon as I saw them, I was reminded of the... I do not like that. Why would you have your bed here? Who sleeps with a statue staring at them? Bitch, look away? I don't think she does. See? She's always staring. Always staring. Check the chest. Who is it? Navia. Although Navia did go insane, right? So maybe that was it. Rudimentary doll. Looks like it's been well loved. She moved her head. She did. Fuck that. Welcome to Doctor Who rules, I think. To be honest, I'm not a huge fan of Doctor Who. Okay, sees with their eyes, listens with their ears. Gotcha, gotcha. Hella creepy. Another warning, everyone. This game, The Forgotten City, the devs ask anyone that plays it as a content creator, streamer, YouTuber, whatever, to warn their audience that this game can only be played once. Knowledge is power. And everything is a spoiler. So if this game looks interesting to you and something like you want to play, I would advise that you go and play it yourself. Oh! It was a loud zipline. Let's do it again. Okay, is there anyone around here now? No. Do they think I'm a coward? Ah. Don't worry. If it's not your cup of tea, well, you can stick around and watch it with me. Oh, this is lovely. Oops. What objective should we try to go for then? Odd man arrives in the city. Interesting. Okay, so someone does try to murder Fabia. Maybe it's the assassin. Because we got an achievement for saving her life. Perhaps we need to go and speak to her again soon.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Okay.
Hey, Horatius. How's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election today? If the old man couldn't even keep his own daughter safe, how can anyone trust him to keep us safe, eh?
Octavia's chest. Note to Octavia. An anonymous friend to Octavia. May the Lord bless and keep you. I'm sorry I could not risk discussing this with you in person, but if I am right, then you're a believer like me. You may not be able to worship openly here, but know that you're not alone. If you ever feel like you need somewhere to pray, there's a special place waiting for you deep in the caves behind the theatre. Turn right at the first fork and again at the second. Followers of Christ, by the sounds of it. Fabia's the old lady near the fire, right? Fabia... No. Fabia was like a relatively young woman that is up these stairs. And she's the one that's like, yo, there's a dude with a bow over there. I'm gonna go hide in the temple. And then the whispers were like, no, don't. And we were like, no, don't. And she was like, what? Why? And we were like, just trust us. I got a bad feeling. And then we got an achievement because she was like, okay, I'll just leave. So we gotta go investigate that as well. Find out who plans to kill her. But that will probably mean actually letting her die. Sculpture of Minerva, the Roman goddess of strategy. Interesting little area up here that doesn't seem to lead anywhere. Although saying that, having a balcony like this, it's just like a lounging chair, that'd be lovely. Who be the secret Christian besides Octavian? There was someone else mentioned. The assassin was actually coming here chasing one of these Christian cultists, as they said before.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you?
No. Not really, no.
Good. You'd be eaten alive, little runt like you.
Eaten by what?
Nobody's told you about Hannibal. Ugh, why do I have to do everything round here? So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right? Funny accent. Used to go down into the cisterns looking for junk he could clean up and sell. One day, a few weeks back, he comes out and tells me the cisterns are haunted. Said he could hear spirits wailing. Of course, nobody believed him, because who trusts a Carthaginian, right? Anyway,
Carthaginian?
A few days later, he goes back in. And hours go by, and he hasn't come back out, yeah? So I go down after him, and it's dark. But in the distance, I can just make out his body, sprawled out on the ground. And hunched over him was something that made my blood run cold. No word of a lie. I saw a creature. Like the corpse of a man who'd been flayed. And it was eating Hannibal.
How ironic. Wouldn't that have broken the golden rule?
If it was a man, maybe. But I swear on my life this was no man. More like a Strix, or some Versipelus that feeds on human flesh. I didn't stick around to see which.
What did you do?
What any sane person would have done. I legged it out of there, and put a sign at the door to warn the others.
It's a great story, I'm still going down there.
Without a weapon? Well, it's your funeral.
Ooh, maybe we do get a weapon first. It's a good little warning, to be honest. I am getting distracted. There are lots of things to do.
On your best behavior, I trust?
Oh, yes.
Arve,
Hello.
a new face. Arve, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
I've been asking people about how they wound up here trying to find a pattern.
Interesting. I'm not sure why you're telling me, but you've come to the right person. Did you find a pattern then? What have you noticed?
Some people mentioned a river.
Yes. I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else?
Some people mentioned an encounter with a stranger on the riverbank.
Yes, I also had such an encounter. What else?
That's what I noticed.
There are definitely some common threads there. But I think we'll need at least a few to ensure we're not just seeing coincidences.
Okay,
Asking people
fine.
how they wound up here. I don't want us to rush to any conclusions yet. Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind and dictates we should be sure. Yes, you should ask the others first. Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbours.
I believe we actually spoke to Aquitia the first time around after speaking to Horatius and this dude down here, so maybe we speak to them. Ask them how they actually arrived in this place. What's your story,
I'm a
bro?
legionary of the 1st Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. So the magistrate has assigned me other duties. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughters. Daughter, I should say. And the others, and making sure they're all behaving.
You're not the first to say
the register of new arrivals.
something happened to one of the magistrate's daughters.
I'm from Liguria, up north originally. I was doing alright for myself. 12 years into my service. Had a nice girl lined up for when it was all over. Not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now. I try not to think about it. My commander sent me to deliver a message to Rome. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl, and pick up a little pendant from a silversmith. That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets, shouting fire. People were screaming, trampling each other. Then some Genetricum Fugitor tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds, down towards the river. And then, nothing. Blacked out and woke up near here. No idea how I ended up floating so far downriver. But I'm fortunate to be alive, I suppose.
Sorry to hear that.
Ah, don't be. As Seneca the Younger said, difficulty strengthens the mind, as labor does the body. That said, Centilla's disappearance has been more difficult than I'd care to admit.
About the magistrate, you know, way out of here, can I see the citizen register? Actually, would be very useful.
I don't
yes.
see why not. Just make sure I get it back by tomorrow.
Oh, fantastic. Okay. Aurelia, we've met her. Commoner, tavern keeper, tavern in the slums. Notes, claims to know a way out. Well, we've messed up our chances with Aurelia so far today. We've never met Claudia, a patrician, wife of Malleolus, who is the competition for the head of this place. Quarters Villa Central, notes, no notes. Decius, commoner, merchant, Quarters Forum, no notes. What else? Okay. Sure, I'll go back to you tomorrow.
Not sure why you said it like that, but whatever.
What are you going to tell me about the magistrate?
He's one of the better commanders I've ever had, that's for sure. Good stoic. Lives by Seneca's words. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Can't ask for much more than that.
Yeah, I'll be going. Lovely. And now we can talk to you.
Ave again. Did you find what you need?
And then we'll tell you that people have had a lapse in memory.
That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter a stranger in the forest before you arrived here?
I did, a young woman.
And did you happen to catch her name?
No, I didn't.
I see. And was this stranger by any chance wearing a hood?
Well, she was wearing a hoodie. How could you have known that?
Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths.
Ooh, yes, please. It's not safe in there, an assassin just arrived.
What? How
could you know that? And why are you talking to me instead of doing something about it? Please, go and stop him, and come back to me once we're no longer in danger.
Oh, I need to deal with this assassin. Fine. We have a coin, denarius. We have a flashlight. We have a loaf of bread. We have the zipline handlebar, keys to the chest. Oh yeah, we'll do that. We'll go there. We have this too. Reading mode. Domitius, commoner, Malleolus' guard. Domitius, I believe, is the one that was threatening poor Virgil for being gay. So we need to have some stern words with him. Or was it Dulius? It's one of those two. It's one of the D names. Commoner, unable to work, court of slum, imprisoned in warehouse. Okay. If he's imprisoned, it's probably not him then. Equitia, just talk to her. Vestal priestess. Fabia, she's the baker. Galerius is the farmer. Georgius is the merchant. We love Georgius. Hannibal died in cistern. We have heard this. Horatius. Guard. Kabash. Don't think we've met Kabash. Oh, he's disappeared. That'll be why. Yulia is dead, unfortunately. Debt bondsman to Malleolus. Debt bondsman. Another Livia. Oh no, Yulia and Livia. Livia is the hairdresser. Now refuses to work. Okay. Lucretia is the nurse. Malleolus, money lending. Not to be trusted. Navia is a physician. Locked herself in a palace. Octavia is cleaning and gardening. Octavia, did we meet Octavia? No, we didn't. Rufius. He's patrolling and increasingly agitated. I think the guy down there is Rufius, right? No, he's not. Actually, Rufius is a stand-up dude. He's just a bit annoyed at things. Sentia, pupil restricted to a villa for her safety. Centilla, also a pupil, and is missing. Sentius is a magistrate, of course. Ulpius, debt bondsman to Malleolus. And Virgil is the architect.
Keeping an eye on things, Horatius?
So many friends.
Any news about Centilla, Navia, or Kabash?
Hello.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called Silphium, but that Culus cubulatus Decius won't give it to me.
Sorry, Richard, up. I can't help.
It's too late. She just slipped away.
Shit. Open to chat.
No. Now it's fine. I can't afford to wallow here. And I need the distraction. What's on your mind?
Keep hearing the statues whispering, is that normal?
Oh no. Sorry, I don't mean to worry you, but no, that is definitely not normal. There was one other person who claimed she could hear the statues talking to her. But that was Navia, and she went a little mad.
Tell me more about Navia.
Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician, but she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good, too, until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying. But I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem. A real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed and he's in constant pain.
Yeah, we have the key. Go on.
He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off, and I worry he'll end up losing his temper and lashing out, and you know what that means. I just know Nevia would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive. But nobody seems to know how to get into the palace.
That's fine. I have the key to our old chest. Perhaps I can find what you need in there.
Really? That would be wonderful. Thank you. Let me know how you go.
We don't actually need... Oh, old chest. There we go. Nevia's treatment notes. We don't need to break into the palace. Treatment notes. Flatulence, rhubarb, ulcers, gentian, stomach pain, a glucoriza, rheumatism, willow bark, oils, aloe. Fantastic. You got any willow bark?
Feeling all right?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Well, what's the treatment?
Willow bark.
Willow bark. I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Ah,
Should
Rufius.
settle Rufius down some.
No wonder he
I
was
have some
agitated.
right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow a pinch of it. I'm hoping it will avert disaster.
Oh, hell yes. That looks really cool. What a finely shaved willow bark for medicinal purposes. Alright, I can do that.
Thank you. I'm really glad you arrived when you did.
Well, I probably could have done more to help.
Well, thanks again for helping remove the thorn from the lion's paw. The spirit of Androcles smiles upon you.
Okay. Where's this boy? Frack. Wonderful. This way. There he is. Look at him strut. Oh, he's so mad. He's so grumbly. Come here, Rufius.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step.
About your rheumatism.
What business is that of yours?
Figured out a treatment. Eat a pinch of this willow bark and you should feel better in no time.
Willow bark? And this will work? Oh, thank God.
It's not bad looking.
Some relief.
I don't think he's a bad dude. I just think he's like really agitated by his rheumatism.
Maybe God hasn't abandoned me after all. Thank you.
There we are.
I've been in a lot of pain lately. The rheumatism, these cursed statues always watching, and the crisis of faith. It was too much. Started messing with my head. This is exactly what I needed to set it straight again. I owe you one.
You sure do. Who are you going to vote for?
Meliodas. Not sure I trust Sentius. Couldn't even protect his daughter in a city without sin. How's he going to protect us?
Do me a favor.
No.
Oh. You said you owed me one, remember?
Who do you want me to vote for?
Me. Ugh.
Fine.
Sentius.
I'll vote for Sentius. But no more favors. We're square.
Okay. Done.
See you around.
Rufius would be a great name for a dog. It sure would. Let's put bags over all the statues' heads. They would just shake them off. Potentially. That looks like a palace up there. So I'm instead going to go back to the assassin. I think we could probably do something to solve this situation. Yep, there she is, Fabia.
You have to do something.
Okay, Fabia.
A man arrived in the baths. Real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And
Yep.
he's got a weapon.
He does.
You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule.
Any idea who's threatening
Are
Virgil?
you serious? This is an emergency.
Fabia.
Are you going to help or not?
Fabia, someone is saying mean words to Virgil. Get your shit together. I'll see what I can do.
Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over.
Did you hear that?
Hear what?
I heard a voice whisper no.
We don't have time for this. I have to go.
Never mind. I don't know why I said that.
Ugh.
I'm not allowed to follow her? Really, game?
The shrine is collapsing.
Beware, shrine may collapse at any moment. Whoops.
Fabia, no!
For bread.
Oh gods, she's dead! Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her! Oh Fabia, why did you have to go in there? Poor sweet girl.
Oh, Fabia. What do you know about this?
I believe she is dead. Fabia, I mean. She walked into that empty shrine, and the next moment she is lying dead under a pile of rubble. The gods are cruel and unjust. She was like a daughter to me. I'm sorry, friend. It's not right for me to lay my burden upon you.
No. Keep talking.
I believe she is dead. Fab, the gods are cruel and unjust.
Okay, that's all you have to say. Huh. Well, there was a warning. And the shit hasn't hit the fan. So maybe someone has found a workaround the law. As long as something is an accident, it's fine. Huh. Oh, what's this? I did not do it. I did not. No, from Dooley, protesting his innocence.
I saw you use the device I made, and it worked! Anyway, I'm sorry to ask, but is there any chance you'd be willing to do me a favor?
Yeah, sure, bud.
Well, I've been trying to get this rare flower from the rock spire in the middle of the lake. It's too steep to climb, so I hung a rope over the lake and made this pulley device, only I, couldn't quite summon the nerve to use it. Do you think you could use the device again and try to get that flower for me?
Mr. Clean? Yes. Hilarious, aka Mr. Clean. I love it. Sure, why not?
Oh, thank you. It would help me a lot.
Secret admirer. Oh, of course.
Whenever you get a chance.
He's the one that wrote the poem. I'll see what I can do later. What's your story, by the way?
It's a long one and kind of sad.
Who do you fancy?
I don't mind telling it.
I have time.
I'm a farmer. Always have been. I grew up in a small village in Britannia, Camulodunum, with my parents and two little sisters. Lovely part of the world. One day, when I was about 20, my father and I were in the top paddock, loading our cart, when some Roman legionaries came along, demanding produce for their men. My father told me to run into the house for his axe, and so I did. Sprinted so fast I almost threw up, but by the time I got back, he was bleeding out on the ground, and our cart was empty. That was my first encounter with the legions. My mother died of a broken heart soon after, and things went downhill from there. I took over the farmstead, but I was young, and it was a struggle. More raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. These Legion thugs just took whatever they wanted. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, there was a knock at the door. I knew who they were, and what they wanted. I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open real quick, and before that soldier knew it, split his face right down the middle.
Damn, Gale.
There were more of them. I never saw how many, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up with a mouth full of dirt and lungs full of smoke. My home was reduced to ash. My sisters, dead. And they left me alive to see what they'd done. Still burns whenever I think about it.
Holy shit. I'm sorry, but that's really badass.
Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. It wasn't long before Boudica led thousands of Britons in a rebellion against the Romans. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. And those of us who survived, they enslaved. So, then I found myself being transported all the way to Rome to be sold to the highest bidder. I spent a few years working for my new master, learning the Romans' ways, Romanized my name and everything. Tried to escape a couple of times, but they always found me, and I'd just end up right back where I was. I'd probably still be there too, if it wasn't for the stampedes breaking out. You see, about 7 months ago, an enormous fire broke out in Rome. Everybody was running down toward the river, screaming and shouting. I'd never seen anything like it. Human beings acting like cattle. I got swept up with them somehow, and the rest is a blur. The next thing I knew, some stranger was dragging me out of a river. Stumbled across this place, and I started my life over again.
Glad things worked out in the end.
That's what I thought too, for a while. But it seems the gods aren't done tormenting me yet. See, I finally had my own farm again, safe from the grasping hands of the Romans. Or so I thought. Until Sentius the Decurion demanded I hand over all my produce. It's for the good of us all, he says. Only he takes the best bits for himself, of course. He even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break the golden rule. I'm not sure I believe him, but then, what if he's right? So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no better than the Legion thugs who took everything from me. I'm right back where I began.
Huh.
Don't you worry. Nemesis is waiting, and he'll get his one day. He'll get his.
I didn't get that vibe.
Forget I said that last part, will you? I get carried away sometimes.
It's not you, Gale. Sure. Why?
Thanks, friend. I knew I liked you. Anyway, that's enough of me rambling. Was there something else you wanted to talk about?
Nah, I like Gale. I trust him the most. He seems solid. No way out.
Well, as much as I'd love to get out of here, the harvest's always more fruitful in another man's field, isn't it? But Scintilla, Sentius's daughter, went missing a few weeks back. Could be she found a way out. If anyone knows for sure, it'll be her sister, Sentia. But she'd never tell the likes of me.
Good evening, Ashel. How are you doing today? What do you think about the Golden Rule?
Oh, I don't give it much thought these days. I mean, everybody here's got their own view about what we need to do to survive. But I say, let's spend less time arguing about what it means to be good and just get on with it, you know?
What do you think about the election?
I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sentius much, but Malleolus is almost as bad. Even I could do a better job. Me, a farmer. And I've never given a speech or put on a toga in my life.
I'd vote for you.
All right. See you around.
Hello?
Welcome to the Forgotten City, Ashel.
Hello?
Hey. Just dropping by and saying hi before bed. Just got hit by a wave of exhaustion. Hey, man. You don't need to be here. Get some sleep if you need it. It's okay. Appreciate the support, though. And hope you've had a nice day. What's your story?
My name's Dooley. I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up.
Ugh. What did you do, Dooley?
I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was looking for treasure.
Did somebody think you were going to steal?
Yes, but I wasn't. I was just looking.
Is that all?
They said I did it more than once, but I can't remember things so good. Then they called me mean names. They called me a liar, Billy.
Not a liar, Billy. Dooley.
Yes. They said I have to live here now, and gave me this letter. But I'm not good with words. Do you think you could read it for me?
Oh, Dooley. Oh, he's so endearing. Yeah, I like showing you my support, my guy. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Yeah, no problem, bud. Bud? Bud, with a B. No problem. Have a good sleep. Thanks for coming to hang out. I'm making a waffle. Oh, Tempestus. What kind of waffle? Also, very important question for you, chat. Pancakes or waffles? Pancakes or waffles? I think I'm a pancake guy myself. I think the simple, round, flat texture does it for me more so than the kind of like ridges of a waffle. French toast. Very good suggestion. Also, crepes are very good. But you know, pancakes. Both equally good. Both are very good. If I were to put them side by side, I think the one that I would reach for more often would be the pancakes. Got to put strawberries, banana, and whipped cream on it. Ooh, that does sound great. Sprinkles? Lovely. Making me hungry. And it's... Holy shit, it's 20 to 1 in the morning. I'm not even tired. I'm going to keep going. Magistrate Sentius to Duilius. I am writing to you in relation to your incorrigible antisocial behavior arising from your obsession with an alleged lost treasure. While I am sympathetic to your plight and the passing of your guardian Hannibal some weeks ago, I wish to impress upon you an important message. The treasure you seek does not exist. Given your memory limitations, it seems likely you simply misremembered.
Do you just love springtime?
Thank you, Gale. More importantly, since you have on several occasions been caught trespassing, including around the cisterns which are strictly off limits to all citizens, I have reluctantly come to the conclusion that you are a liability to this community and must have your freedom limited, lest you break the golden rule. It is my hope that this letter will assist you to remember why you are incarcerated, should you experience further lapses in memory.
What does it say?
Not Dooley. Says they caught you trespassing several times, they locked you up to stop you breaking the golden rule.
My treasure.
What treasure?
My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then, he died. It was very sad. He said, if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns, but when I went up to the high one, they put me in here. Now nobody looks after me, except my friend Galerius and Ek, the priestess lady. She's a nice lady.
No, Dooley. Give me your key.
Hannibal said I shouldn't give it to anyone I didn't trust. But maybe you could help me get out of here. Then I would trust you a lot.
But if you give me the key, then I can let you out. It is a key after all. Let's talk to the magistrate.
Galerius already tried that. He said the magistrate wouldn't listen, no matter what.
Ooh. Maybe it's time we had a new magistrate.
Galerius? He's nice.
Figure out how to get Galerius
I like
elected.
Galerius.
That's incredible.
He made me a doll and everything. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of here, and I can give you the key to my treasure. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up high and very precious.
I'll see what I can do. Am I seriously trying to scam Dooley right now? No. A scam could be against the law. I'm just trying to expedite this process of releasing Dooley and finding his treasure for him. If anything, I'm doing Dooley here a favor. Does it not sound like it? Dooley, talk to me.
You're going to let me out of here? Really?
Okay. It's not what I asked.
Oh. Please. I hate it here. It makes me very sad.
Never mind. What do you think about the Golden Rule?
No. You mean?
Doesn't even know what it is.
Treasure?
Never mind. Let's talk about your
My
treasure.
friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then, he died. It was very sad. He said, if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure.
Mm-hmm.
But I couldn't find it.
Is this
All
the
I
same?
remember is he said something about the sisters.
Yeah, it is the same, isn't it?
But when I went up to the high one,
I put you in here.
now
Yeah.
nobody looks after me.
Yeah. Fair enough. Bye.
Bye-bye. Hello. Have we met before?
Dooley.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Who is here? There are many statues. This man is buff. Hello. The Myth of the Golden Rule by Doratas the Younger. Doratas? As per our custom, I shall begin by paying my respects to the god responsible for this city, for our continued prosperity and tranquil seclusion. He deserves our admiration, but here I must depart from custom, for his attempt at imposing strict rule upon us is impressive and overreaching, and deserving of our contempt. Ooh. Bet the god didn't like that very much, did he? A chest. Honey! 167 just free to take, because no one's around. And if no one's around to see a crime, did it really happen? Who's to say? Yep. Is there a fish down here? There are fish. Shiny. Like that. I'm reaching for the apple. Can I take it? This waffle is so good. All up to me. Just want to get the flower. Ah, I need to drop from the zip line that's already there, right? That would make sense. We didn't really look around, did we? Came down this way, but we never went up this way. This is the aqueducts, right? I'm just getting distracted every which way. That is such a pretty game. Oh. Another shit ton of money. We actually nearly have enough money to buy the medicine. We'll do our best to get this flower. I missed it. There's a big jump. Okay, let's try again. I'm glad that the assassin still hasn't come through the door and killed everyone. Would suck big time. Oh, so close. You need to jump off straight away. Third time's the charm. What do we think to the game, everyone? I'm having a whale of a time. We've only done one time loop so far, but I do feel the second one coming. So close. Had to dip out here and there for dinner and stuff, but fascinating so far, isn't it just? It's like listening to you talk. Flattery will get you everywhere, Tempesters. Perhaps a little early on that one. Funny when that woman rejected me so harshly. Fortunately, no one thought to make a clip of it, so we can all quickly forget how that happened. My dignity is spared for now. Such a tight release window. I can't just zip from here. No.
Don't you just love springtime?
Oh, Glorious. Hold on. You should run for mayor or some shit.
Ah, it's you again. Hope you're settling in, friend. Now, what's on your mind?
Ever thought about running for magistrate?
I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. And that's good enough for me.
Malleolus runs he's going to break the golden rule and kill us all. Ooh. Why is I know, we know why Dooley's in a cell.
And how could you know that? I mean, I don't like the man, but I don't see how you could know a thing like that.
Wait, I don't. I've not met the man. Ah, well that's not good. He plans to have Sentius executed for treason. I don't know how I know that.
You overheard him say that? Oh, why does that not surprise me? He and Sentius have despised each other for a long time now. Well, in that case, we need to find a way to make sure Malleolus loses. Better yet, get him to withdraw altogether. If you can do that, and Sentius is the only candidate left, I'll run against him. Deal?
Alright.
Alright.
Sure, I remember Aurelia laughing in your face about it? No, that didn't happen. No. Nonsense. There's no evidence of that. Don't you dare tempest us. Yes! First try. Gale! Don't you walk away from me, you saw what I just did.
Ah, it's you again. Hope you're settling in, friend. Now. Brilliant! You did it! Well done! This is going to make her so happy. Equitia, I mean.
No.
Now I just have to figure out how to give it to her. What I really want to do is walk up to her, give her the flower, and confess I've been madly in love with her since the moment we met. But on the other hand, I can't shake the feeling that the consequences could be terrible.
Why? What's the worst that could happen?
You mean, aside from her execution? You see, Equitia is a Vestal priestess, meaning she's taken a vow of chastity, the breaking of which would be an extremely serious affront to the gods and a capital offense. Even if she was just suspected of being unchaste, it could lead to her execution. Unchaste Vestals get buried alive. Oh, and I'd get flogged to death for good measure. But at the same time, she's just so kind and graceful, and I feel so much love for her that if I don't tell her, it'll burn a hole in my chest. I don't know what to do. What do you think? What would you do?
Go for it, Gale.
Now that I hear you say that out loud, I hear how crazy it is. I think maybe I need to be a bit more cautious. What I need is a go-between. Someone who can tell her how I feel and find out how she feels without risking her life. What do you say? Do you think you could help me one more time?
Alright, Gale.
Wonderful. Now, all I need you to do is give her the flower and tell her it's from a secret admirer. Tell her I'll keep my distance and that I just want her to know that she's loved.
Oh. I like it. That's sweet.
Thank you. Come back as quick as you can.
First try? Yeah, first try. Of course. Of course it was my first try. I thought I saw a goose. Ocker, is that you? What are you doing here? Sex. Mine now. Thank you, Ocker. Goat. Okay, well, clearly we need to get to the bottom of this love story today. Or would you just steal Ocker's eggs like that? Well, I mean, you just kind of leave them there. I It wasn't stealing, otherwise I would have been murdered for it. The golden statues didn't come alive, so clearly Oko wanted me to take the goose eggs. How do you have a flashlight in olden times? Doesn't it look weirdly out of place? We were transported in time. We're from modern day. In fact, I think we're even from post-pandemic times.
Let me know when you've cleared the way to the baths.
Cleared the way to the baths? You don't want to talk?
Let me know when you've cleared the way.
I clear the way to the baths.
Salve.
You going to talk to each other, or are you just going to leave again? You're going to leave again. Nemki! Hello, Nemki. How are you doing today? I had a wonderful time watching you play Age of Wonders the other day. Was that the other day? Was it yesterday? Time is a tricky thing. I don't fully understand it. Yeah, I really wanted to download Age of Wonders after watching. Where's the assassin? Intruder. Figure out how to neutralize the armed man. May need to get creative. May need to get creative. Approach people with the flashlight, they say funny things. Okay.
Oh my! I've never seen a lamp like that. Praise Apollo. Let me know when you've cleared the way.
She did say a funny thing.
Hello? Hello?
Dooley.
Bye-bye.
What do you think to my flashlight, Dooley? Doesn't think much of it. I don't think Dooley does much thinking at all. Bless him. I was alive yesterday. Also can't remember which day you came. Must have been the day before then. I don't recall. Must have been Tuesday. Oh yeah. Wait, what? Oh no, it's that one that fell. Hello? What is in here? So, Greek general. Huh? Oh! Secrets. Loading? You could alert him to the shrine. Alert who to the shrine? The assassin. Liar. Greek loot. I mean, I could give it a go. But I still don't really know what I'd do with the assassin when I've got him, you know? Can't really, like, just... Is that rock or is that eggs? Can't really get rid of him. Where am I going? Hello. Discover what lies beneath the city.
You carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand. Remarkable. Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name?
I'm Batsy.
It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here?
Found this place by accident, to be honest.
Perhaps the fates brought you here to learn the secrets of this place. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I've been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute.
Oh, yes.
I'm hoping that person is you.
There's
Let us
nobody...
find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule?
Well, no. What I was going to say is that there's no one more philosophical than Twitch chat. But I suppose we're not going to get very far in this conversation.
You have much to learn. It's best if you figure it out on your own. Come back once you've made progress.
I'd like you to tell me.
Then you should speak with your contemporaries in the city above. Ask them about their stories and see if you detect a pattern of some sort. It is best if you come to this realization for yourself. You would never believe me if I told you.
I mean, my three suspects at the minute are either Poseidon, Hades, or Charon. As most, if not all, of the transportations of everyone. This is a bathtub? Oh, on its side, so it's a bed. Brilliant. Love that. This guy's my favorite Greek philosopher. Oh shit. He's the minimalist, right? Oh, what's his name? Diogenes. Diogenes died? Yes, something along those lines.
You've returned.
Fantastic. Believes that living with any sort of possession is meaningless. So he lives as simple a life as possible.
You've returned.
I think. The legend says that he gave up all worldly possessions besides one bowl to drink and eat from. What's the golden rule? The golden rule is the unwritten rule of the city, which is don't sin. However, knowing what a sin is quite difficult to determine when no one's written it down. So if anybody sins, like we saw before, when someone killed me or attacked me, all of the statues come to life and turn everybody else to gold. Killing everyone. So that's the golden rule. The music has changed again, somewhat. Are we running out of time? Doesn't sound like a Poseidon thing? No. But the golden rule doesn't exactly sound like a rule that's been made by a god to me. Although supposedly the Greek gods were more human than most other gods because they had many faults and didn't really think things through. So, could be. Saw a boy drink from his hands and threw away his bowl. He did. You're right. Yes, I remember my classics classes, although it was quite some time ago. Somebody broke... Looks like somebody broke these on their way past. Okay. We have a philosopher in the basement, Diogenes. Karen probably wouldn't care about such things. Here's another thing though, lady. Right. So we've talked to a bunch of people here and asked them how they ended up in this city. And a lot of them said something along the lines of, Rome was burning, they were trying to escape the city, and they tried to escape via the river Tiber, Hello.
Today is a sad day. Salve, friend. It seems you've joined us at a very sad time. We lost a troubled young man today. Ulpius was his name.
Now, let me continue what I was saying. All of these people seem to live by the Thames, not Thames, the Tiber, which is the river that runs through Rome, and fell into it. They also have memory loss, and when they woke up, they spoke to a strange hooded woman that told them to go explore into the ruins. The only possession, no matter rich or poor, that any of these people had, the only possession they had was a single denarius, which is a single silver coin. Which the coin itself screams Charon to me. But then, if they still have the coin, then maybe they've not met Charon yet. Because you need to pay Charon to get to the underworld. So it could be someone else, but I'm just kind of like piecing together the clues that we've got so far. What happened?
Oh, he took his own life. It's a terrible tragedy.
Wish you asked the person the name at the intro? Oh, that would have been cool. That would have been nice. Fall into the river does mimic how the dead go through the underworld. They do, yes, like in the Hercules animated movie. Yeah, I should have asked, but I didn't think it was going to be a prevalent thing, you know? Like, oh yeah, this lady's tutorial lady, I'll see her again. Nah, you never see her again. Why?
He found himself in quite a lot of debt he was unable to repay, and was forced into debt bondage to Malleolus. He was deeply unhappy, but it doesn't do us any good to dwell. Now, where are my manners? I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not?
The dead wash themselves in the river Leth. Thank you for the hydrate, Vixen. It's supposed to wipe away their earthly memories. That would make sense, though it doesn't wipe away all of their memories, just kind of makes it fuzzy as to how they died. Oh, well, died. We don't really know that they died yet, but signs point to them all being dead. Or in a limbo state, you know? I'm feeling a bit on edge, to be honest.
Really, on edge? Is that supposed to be funny? A man just tragically fell to his death.
Oh.
And you're making puns.
I didn't realise. Well, sorry, didn't mean that.
Sorry, I'm just a little sensitive at the moment. My mistake, friend. But in any case, if you're not on edge, you've not been paying attention. But on the bright side, once you've been here a few months, it's slightly less terrifying anyway. We've all been where you are now. I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? What is the Golden Rule, and who or what is responsible for it? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. I don't think anybody does. But I'm happy to share with you what I've learned.
I'm glad this game has brought together so many Greek nerds, myself included, as we all theorize together as to what this game could mean and what it could be. Since you've got that far, can I say what that woman at the river said her name was? I believe, before you say it, I'm going to say yes, but before you say it, we've ran into a letter. And the letter on it said that someone was dreaming of the hooded figure that brought them to this place, which I believe would have been that woman. But I've already forgotten the name. It began with K. If it is that same name, go ahead. That's my running theory at the minute. The story. Yeah, what's your story, Octavia?
Here, in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep by cleaning and pruning the gardens. It's not quite how I expected my life to go. I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. I was even betrothed to a handsome young man from a prominent family. But long hours of menial labour for the good of the community has its own charms too, I suppose.
How did you end up here?
Oh, much the same way as many of the others. When the fires came to Rome 7 months ago, my family and I fled for the Tiber.
There you go.
Hoping to escape on a barge. We were among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but unfortunately, there were a lot of desperate people, and they boarded before we could depart. A scuffle broke out, and I was pushed overboard. The last thing I remember was the water, rising up to hit my cheekbone. I woke up by the river, near that shrine, and stumbled across this place.
Ah, some people mentioned a coin. Sorry to hear that.
Oh, that's all right. I'm sure it's all part of God's plan for me.
Yes, there are a lot of rivers in Greek mythology. God? Don't you mean the gods?
Oh yes, of course. A slip of the tongue.
Oh, Octavia.
If you like.
So you're a Christian?
Please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from around here, but things are very difficult for us right now. There was a terrible fire in Rome last year, and our emperor decided to make us his scapegoats. There were executions. It was horrible.
Secret's safe with me.
Oh, thank you. You have no idea how much I appreciate that.
You know a way out.
I'm afraid not. Although, I did once hear someone gossiping down at Aurelia's tavern about a possible way out. I don't put a lot of stock in such rumours, but if you're desperate and wealthy, you could look into it, I suppose. If that doesn't work, then I suppose we're all stuck here until the gods decide our fate.
Thanks, I'll look into it.
I hope it works out.
What do you think about the golden rule?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. I think about those words a lot. I'd like to think that if we all love our neighbours as ourselves and do to them as we'd have them do to us, then we'll all be fine. But on the other hand, I was always taught the intent of man's heart is evil from his youth, and that all of us are born with a tendency towards sin. And that's where I get stuck. Is it true? Are we born with a tendency towards sin?
It's a difficult question. Honestly, let's have a little faith. I think people are fundamentally good.
You don't think that's a little naive?
I do.
I suppose you've never seen what I've seen. Innocent men and women, torn apart in arenas while thousands of Romans look on and cheer.
Fair point, perhaps you're right.
If that's true, then sooner or later, things are going to end badly for all of us down here. Unless, of course, there's some kind of divine intervention.
That's me. Oh, there's going to be some intervention, all right.
I wish I shared your faith.
I love our main character sometimes.
Oh, so soon? Well, be gentle on yourself. We're all dealing with a tragic loss today.
Don't go towards the temple, okay? You going that way? Good. What else? I will save, actually. We have so many side quests. I don't have... Okay, what if we went to the main man, magistrate, and asked him for a weapon? I know he probably doesn't have any. Oh, there you are. Hello.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name?
I'm Batsy, and we've had this conversation before.
We have? Wait, if I understand correctly, someone is about to break the golden rule.
Yes.
Forcing me to create a portal in time to bring you here?
Yes.
I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Only, I assume we failed, and you had to start over. Is that about right? If so, what happened?
Couldn't stop it from being broken. I broke it? No, I couldn't stop it. I was killed. I'm not the bad guy here.
See, look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now is that you make use of what you've learned and gathered, and do better next time. Now, I assume you sought me out again for a reason.
Like you to release Dooley?
You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. That man is a liability we simply cannot afford.
Huh?
Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times, sneaking around in places he should not have been.
What did he do?
Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. I assure you that is not the case. You may not be aware of this, but it was not so long ago, during the Republic. The law of the 12 Tables would have required that he be killed as soon as he was born, owing to his deformities. Here we see to it that he has food, water, and shelter, and most importantly, he is able to continue living. A privilege that would be taken away from all of us were he to be released and commit the crime of trespass. The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going on around him, and is an incorrigible rule breaker. I will not jeopardize the lives of my people so that one man can go free. Now, was there something else?
Sentius. It doesn't matter. I'm here anyway. I'm gonna solve the issue. I need you to release Dooley. For reasons. You should just do it. Is there a way out of here?
If I did, I'd have led these people out of here already.
Okay. Talk about who's going to break the golden... I don't know. I have to ask you some questions.
Ask then.
Apparently I don't have any questions.
Good. Now, was there something else you wanted to... Of course, what is...
Never mind. More time to investigate.
It looks like you'll have to continue your investigation. Now, was there...
Okay. I can't ask him about the assassin for some reason. Can I tell you that there's an assassin?
Malleolus isn't receiving visitors at the moment.
What's your story?
The name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus, you go through me.
Were you the guy that was writing on the doohickey? On Virgil's walls? Why are you dressed like a gladiator?
Why? Because I am a gladiator. That's why.
Okay, you're nowhere near an arena.
You want to see me fight? Keep running your mouth, fatuous cunnis.
Excuse me? Ooh, that's not very nice. I'd like to meet Malleolus.
Too bad. He's busy. Unless... No. You don't look like you could afford it.
Afford what?
I'm glad you asked. See, he's a busy man, and this is an important day. He'll be inside practicing his victory speech for tonight. Left me strict instructions he doesn't want to be disturbed. So if you want to see him, I'll need something valuable in return.
Alright, what do you know?
Dunno. Something good.
Isn't soliciting bribes a sin?
Bribe? That's such an ugly word. What I'm looking for is more of a tribute to me, your soon-to-be patron.
What? He's a politician. I'll see what I
Just
can do.
make it good.
I don't want to deal with you this time round. We can't ask...
Her name's Demi.
No, we can't ask how he got here. Interesting. What do you think about the Golden Rule?
I think it's gone on long enough, and Malleolus is going to put an end to it once he's elected.
Sounds great. Can I help?
We've already lined up the votes he needs to win. Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem.
There's no way out.
When Malleolus wins the election, yeah, this place will change. You won't even want to leave. You'll see.
Who are you going to vote for?
Malleolus, of course. If old man Sentius can't even protect his own daughter, how can we trust him to protect...
Okay.
What?
See ya. Right, so we can give him some cash, and then we can go and see Malleolus.
Isn't the great temple majestic? Let me know when you've cleared the way to the...
Don't know how to clear our way to the baths. The man's got a weapon. Am I supposed to just, like, talk him down? Steal? No. Figure out how to make Malleolus drop out of the election. Find a way into the palace. Obtain a bow? Didn't someone say they had a bow? Everyone's reasoning about other dude is he couldn't protect his own daughter. Yeah. We don't know what happened to his daughter, but I guess she died or went missing. Need to get to the upper cistern. Virgil's been receiving threatening notes. Ah, yes. We were supposed to ask Fabia, who's threatening Virgil, but she's dead now. Or for now. An armed man has just arrived. Dora's box. Seems Livia has been behaving strangely. Perhaps the priestess might be able to help her. Everything's tied to the priestess currently. Oh, zip lines. Okay. Let's see if we can talk down the assassin. Eh? We can do this. No problem.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is?
Doesn't matter what I say, you're going to try to kill me anyway.
You're right, I am. I must be getting a reputation. I suppose I might as well get right to it then. Do you have any last words?
If you fire that arrow, everyone here is going to die. You have no idea what you're in for. Do you? Right, okay. If I say if you fire that arrow, everyone here is going to die, he's going to be like, yes, because I'm going to kill them all. So do you?
As a matter of fact, I do. Once I'm done with you and Quinctius,
there you go.
I intend to kill every last one of you wretched degenerates. And I can think of nothing I'd enjoy more.
There really is nothing I could do about that.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
See you later, everybody. Hold on. Let me just steal this real quick. Okay. Got it. Got it. I don't want to go to Tartarus. Oh. Right. This is the way I went last time, and it wasn't the best way to go. Huh. I've never been here before. It's This might be climbable if only they could support my weight. Oh, this is not the way that I needed to go. Oh, it's down here. It's fine. What's a little bit of sin between friends, eh? Thank you, Sentius. I missed the moment. Don't worry, fairly okay. Everything will be fine. What broke the rule this time? Same thing. I figured I would try with the assassin again, and then if it didn't work out, at the very least I could steal the potion. Hello?
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
Yeah, so I figured if I confronted the assassin again, I could try different dialogue options, maybe be like, hey, I know who you are, you're going to kill everybody no matter what I say, and just catch him by surprise. But yeah, he just killed me anyway. So I grabbed the poison on my way out. Poison? Potion. On my way out. So I got a bit of a 2-for-1 there. Portals in Persephone's Shrine. Is it Persephone's Shrine? I didn't look. Let me take another look. Oh, Shrine of Oh, yeah, Proserpina. Yeah, that is Persephone, isn't it? Yes. I'm Batsy, and you should take care of some things urgently.
Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening.
Rufius is becoming agitated because of his rheumatism. But if you give him some of this willow bark, it will calm him down.
Poor guy. My uncle was a victim at rheumatism's altar, and he ended up killing himself. Alright, got it.
That's it. Now go, as fast as you can.
I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Okay. Pomegranates. You know, when I was first looking at this, I only took a cursory glance at them, and I was like, oh, apples. And then I kept looking at this, and I was like, no, yeah, you're 100% right. So, we're at Persephone's Shrine. Hey, girl.
Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's a light in your eyes I've never seen before, a certain learning and sophistication.
Okay. So she didn't like it where I said, oh, stop it, no, please go on. But surely... Does she want someone that's going to play hard to get? I feel like maybe she does. But I'd be a fool if I didn't go for the first option first, right? You're as charming as you are beautiful.
Coming on a bit strong,
I
don't
knew
you
it.
think?
But you came on to me.
I take back what I said. Suddenly, I don't find you so intriguing anymore. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do
Unbelievable.
business. So, what brings you to my tavern?
All the gods you mentioned, minus Poseidon, are chthonic in nature. Yeah, I only brought up Poseidon myself because of the Tiber situation, but it doesn't really fit otherwise because he's the god of the sea. So he was like a very loose one where I was like, okay, maybe, but far more likely to be Hades / Charon related, I believe. But now we've seen Persephone as well. Yeah, definitely.
Certainly.
Hey, Goss.
For 10 denarii.
Oh, get out of here.
All right.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come. The newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them.
Olivia, you speak a lot of sense. Oh, the place is called Accursed. Here Tityos offers up his innards to be torn, stretched out over 9 fields. You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes you. You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone that always returns. Ixion turns and follows after himself and flees. The 49 Belides, who dared the destruction of their cousins, their husbands, fetch again with incessant labour the water they have lost. Love it, Lydia. Charon! The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. You can't tell me that that's a hooded figure in a boat on some waves. Batsy, you guys in hell? Something like it. Oh, these guys were fighting each other? I've stumbled upon these guys more than once. I'm curious. These can't hold my weight still? No. Yeah, no, we're definitely not fully alive, at least, but it's trying to figure out where we are. That's the tricky part. It's Charon. It's gotta be. Oh, you know what would have been funny? If the lady said her name at the start was Karen. A-A-R-E-N. That's very similar to Charon. I believe it. It's my headcanon. Circular stone disc with a symbol of a fish carved into it. Looks like it might be religious in nature. Fish symbolism. A fish shrine? I don't recall. Doesn't the fish have something to do with Jesus? I know a lot less about Christianity than I do Greek gods. Gonna mention how she introduced herself at the beginning. I think she introduced herself as Karen. Maybe she doesn't. I don't know. She said her name was Karen. Yes. Karen. Knew it. Oh, Hello.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called Silphium, but that Culus cubulatus decius won't give it to me.
Sylphian resin.
What? Quick, give it here. Yulia, you need to swallow this. Here, let me help you. Hopefully, in a moment, she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing, and at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle?
Yeah. Yeah, let's lie.
But how could you know she needed this exact medicine? And how did you even get it? I guess it doesn't matter. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black eyes. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need. That's a shame.
I'm okay, thank you.
Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
What's up, girl? You're fine. Oh, she's crying.
Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. But thanks for trying to help me, I suppose. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest.
Fish symbol is known as an ichthys, also known as Jesus fish. I have heard that before, and I have seen the fish symbol around. But no way I would be able to recall what it was actually called. Thank you. What happened to you?
As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me, it's just not safe for me to talk about it. Please, no more questions.
Yulia. I want to know how someone poisoned you without breaking the golden rule.
The golden rule. That's the least of my worries. The gods may be cruel, but Malleolus and Claudia are far crueler.
Is that who poisoned you?
Please, just leave me alone.
No.
I don't want to talk about it.
I am Detective Batsy. I've traveled 2,000 years into the past to solve this mystery. I'm not going to drop it now, Yulia. I can't help unless you tell me what happened.
Persistent as Nemesis, aren't you? I can tell you, but it's a long saga.
I have all the time in the world.
All right. I'd been here about a week when it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe, and I knew I had to get out somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. 1,000 denarii. She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years to save up that much. So she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I did.
Why would he lend you so much money?
I had to sign an agreement, saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. But I figured I'd be out of here so soon it wouldn't matter. I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her so-called way out. Do you want to know what it was?
It was poison. Yeah, there you go. Oh, no.
Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time. Of course, I demanded my money back, but she refused. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware."
Then she just looked at me with those cruel black eyes and she laughed. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only, he didn't seem upset or surprised at all. In fact, he just thanked her. And that's when I realized the two of them had planned the whole thing from the beginning.
Surely that would have broken the golden rule.
That's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for 30 years and there was nothing he could do. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the golden rule. And I couldn't be responsible for all those deaths, so he locked me in his villa. Confiscated everything I owned as collateral, and made me wear immodest, humiliating outfits while I worked day in, day out. His wife Claudia was just as bad. She sent me to work on an endless stream of futile, demeaning tasks. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours, only for her to pour slop on it and hiss, "You missed a spot." Those two took everything from me. But they forgot to confiscate one thing. My hemlock.
Rare occasion I could actually fall asleep during a Bat stream. You're more than welcome to, Vixen. I'm glad that I could help you fall asleep. Really though, I've been preferring the name Yulia over Julia since I played this game. It's really growing on me. I think I gotta agree with you. Quite the scheme they've set up here. These 2 or 3 people. Let me add them. Vixen, if you kill them, everyone dies. That's the issue. I know you're capable, but we can't let you. You too, lady. So we gotta figure this out logically. Together. With our wits. So you poisoned yourself.
I just wanted it to be over. But it seems I messed that up too. Should have drunk all of it.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met, and tried to swindle the other. I don't know how I could have been so stupid.
So what will happen to you now?
When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. He'll escort me back to their villa, and I'll be right back where I started. Only this time, I won't be able to lull myself to sleep at night with the thought of a permanent solution. Honestly, it would have been better if the poison had been allowed to run its course.
Can I do anything to help?
I doubt it. It seems this is the fate the gods have chosen for me, for trying to escape. At least until someone breaks the golden rule. Huh. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad.
How much would it cost to buy your freedom?
A lot. But it doesn't matter. I made a suicide pact with Ulpius last night.
Oh, right,
He's in
yes.
exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelius set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and I are in this together. He's probably already thrown himself from the bluff into Malleolus's villa by now.
Fuck. Okay.
So, I'd never be able to live with myself, knowing I broke my promise to him.
Perhaps I can help him too.
I doubt you could make it up to the bluff in time. I don't know who you are, or why you seem so determined to help me, but thank you.
You're right on it. We gotta go save a boy. Oh,
May Apollo keep you safe.
thank you.
Are they?
So high up.
Oh, the murder.
Maybe I need to bribe him. You, get me in here.
Mario. Yeah? Hey, Caput Murday. Future AS. Just make it good. Or Sinculio mio. Just make it good.
Did you not like those bribes?
Or Sinculio mio. Just make it good. If you set one foot in that villa without permission, I'll skin you alive, you Pusillus Semitarius Mocus.
Hearing them go from English to Latin purely for the insults is quite funny. Okay. Okay. No, that's not how that's going to work. Yes, Octavia's chest. Go to Octavia, anonymous friend to Octavia, may the Lord bless and keep you. Wasn't there something that I needed to find? Get creative if I want to get inside. Yeah, maybe the zip line? Spotify has this soundtrack for anyone interested, minus 1 or 2 tracks. It's one that I frequently used to fall asleep. It's quite comforting. If we are up here high, there is a zip line. From up there down here. We may not be able to save the boy quite yet, but we still have... Yeah, we still have the resin, so that's okay. We also have these goose eggs. Pretty flower. Old scroll. Letter from Sentius to Dooley. Yep. Willow bark. Yep. Navy's notes. Yep. This. Key to the chest in the Shrine of Apollo. Use that. Zipline handlebar. 2 loaves of bread. And flashlight. Okay. Resin work on the vines. Resins typically can harden stuff. Don't know. But possibly. Not a bad shout, to be honest. Do want to try to spend the time to figure out how to get up there, if at all possible. Oh, I was close. No back way in? No. Oh. There is a back way in. Genius. The aqueducts. Supposed to use as a contraceptive and is now extinct. Oh, wow, I had no idea. Up we go, up we go. This way? No. Run, run, run! We've never met this boy in our lives, but we will save him. If we can get there in time. What? Ladder! I knew it. What is that? I'm getting distracted. No. What have I done? have I done? I've gotten distracted. I don't understand. Just fall through. I don't have time for this. I'll remember it for later. There he is. Hustle, hustle, hustle. Don't do it.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far?
Octavia? Shut up.
All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Octavia.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
I know things are hard for you right now. They're hard for all of us. We're all in this together, Ulpius. Please, please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry, but I just don't care anymore.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could
Octavia,
be
shut up and let me deal with it.
I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him.
Good luck with that. I'm out of here. No.
Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
Do a flip. Alright, Ulpius, can we talk?
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how suicide is a crime against the Empire.
Okay, wrong and you know it. I was just going to ask what's wrong. Yeah, let's go middle ground at the minute.
I screwed up my life. That's what's wrong. I borrowed money, and when I couldn't pay it back, I wound up in debt bondage. I'll be stuck slaving away for that Culus Cumulatis Malleolus for the rest of my life. I'm out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love, I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
Okay, well, that didn't go how I wanted it to.
I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord. That poor lamb.
If it were me, I would have said, I saved Yulia's life. This I didn't break the golden rule. What does that mean?
Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the golden rule. So I guess that means whichever god is responsible for it. It isn't mine.
Is that my fault?
That was not your fault. There's no way you could have given him what he wanted, moments after you arrived.
How was
I'll
it now?
have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess in his villa. It's of his own making, after all. And I'd best pray for poor Ulpius.
I guess because I'd never met Ulpius before. Jump? They're telling me to jump? I could. All right. You've convinced me. You dirty dog. No.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate.
Who is this?
Yes, thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored to elect your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. And yes, no more shall you walk on.
Okay. So that must have been his body in the pool there, but they used a different model for it for some reason. How the hell did Ulpius fall that low despite the water? Yeah, he's buried and skinned. They've used a different model for the body and it confused me. Malleolus is just chatting. Ooh, key to the villa. Fantastic. I am currently looting before I talk to him. Don't worry. I'm a gamer. I know what this is like. Ulpius, to his lost love. May God watch over you. Please know that I held on as long as I could, but without you my life is meaningless. I only hope we meet again in Gan Eden. Oh. Julia to her captors Malleolus and Claudia, curse you to the depths. By the time you read this, I'll already be dead, because death is preferable to another day in debt bondage to you. May vultures peck out your livers in Tartarus for all of eternity. Unless that's not him? If it's not him, I have no idea where he's disappeared to. Carrots are purple? As they were before modern orange carrots were cultivated. Purple carrots. They're still around, right? Yes. Jar. Ah. We could go upstairs as well. Maybe worth going upstairs, to be honest. Before we talk to Malleolus. Hello?
I'm not supposed to be in here.
No, where do you keep your valuables? Can we talk?
Talk? What business could you possibly have with me?
The body at the bottom is 100% supposed to be Ulpius. It was a really bad idea to make him apparently a zombie. Yeah, strange. Not sure why they decided to do that. Why are you locked in this room?
My marital affairs are no concern of yours. Thank you very much.
What's your story?
I think a better question is, why am I being interrogated by a stranger who just barged into my villa? I have quite enough marriage trouble already, without having to explain to my husband why I'm receiving strange women in private.
No way out?
Preferably the way you came in, by which I mean, please leave.
I can lock the door if you like, on my way. What do you think about the golden rule?
I think it's about to be broken if you don't hurry up and leave.
Ooh, Sharon Osbourne. That is a shout. Yes. Does look like Sharon Osbourne. What else you got in here, love? That's a lot of money. Can I lock it? Lock the doors? No? Okay. A game with a lot of questions to be asked. I don't know why they changed the body. They could have very easily have just kept it. Anywho, let's talk to... what's his face?
Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above? That was either extremely reckless or impressively clever. Well, why have you risked life and limb to see me?
What's your story?
I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption, I'd be practicing my victory speech for the election later today.
What will you do if you win?
I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore freedom to this city, just as I've been promising. These good people have suffered long enough under Sentius's tyranny.
Okay. How will you do that?
By declaring there's no such thing as the Golden Rule. It's a children's fable exploited by Sentius to frighten us into submission. Wait, don't tell me you've fallen victim to that monstrous lie?
What makes you sure it's not real?
The person making a claim bears the onus of proving that claim. Can you do that? Can
It's,
you
I mean,
prove
it's
the
true.
Golden Rule is real?
Golden Rule is definitely real.
Nonsense! There's no way you can prove that. If it was real and you'd seen someone break it, then you'd be dead already.
We live in the same day over and over again. The Golden Rule is broken each time. I found a book called The Myth of the Golden Rule. Who wrote it obviously died because they refused to accept the Golden Rule. What would it take to prove to you it's real? Books, notes? Even if I can't prove it, if I'm right, then accepting it will avert disaster. If I'm wrong, then accepting it will make the city a better place. Isn't that a good thing? I did find a book.
You mean that book next to a golden statue in the theater? Tell me, how do you know that statue wasn't put there by Sentius himself? You can't know, can you?
I'm having a Groundhog Day moment.
What? Oh, I see what's happening here. Another poor, vulnerable soul taken in by Sentius's machinations. He won't get away with this much longer.
What would it take to prove to you?
Surely, you're not one of those people who believes everything you read. As if a lie could be transformed into the truth by the simple act of writing it down?
But I can't prove it. If I'm right, then accepting it will avert disaster. If I'm wrong, then accepting it will make the city a better place. Isn't that a good thing?
I disagree. I'll be guided by what is best for the city's people, and that means giving them the freedom to do as they wish.
I see nothing is going to convince you.
True, but that is simply because you are mistaken.
Do you know a way out?
I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here together, for better or worse. We're all going to have to make the best of it.
What do you think about the Golden Rule?
You mean the children's fable exploited by Sentius to scare us all into doing what he wants?
Is that past your bedtime, young man? It is, but I'm having a great time. So, you know, we're here. I want you to withdraw.
Are you insane? You barge into my villa uninvited and then make outrageous demands?
Yes.
Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win?
Because if you don't, I'm going to kill you.
You fool.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oops. I fucked it. Apparently making a threat is also against the rules. Could have stolen his money. Next time. Oh, God. I mean, I've got the key. It's fine. Could have. I know. Maybe I go talk to him again. Yeah, actually, let's.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius.
Yep. Wait, why are you speaking English?
What? I'm speaking Latin. You are too, although your accent's a little strange. Oh, I see what you did there. Changing the subject like that. Nice try. But I'll ask again. Who are you, and what were you doing in the shrine?
Yeah.
Oh, sounds serious.
Go do these things. Eula's dying, but Lucretia can't help her without this silphium. Take some of it and go quickly.
Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that.
Rufius is becoming agitated.
Poor guy. My uncle was a victim at rheumatism's altar, and he ended up killing himself. All right, got it. I'll go.
Thank you, Gale. So no threatening people. Yeah, apparently that's a sin. Who knew? Am I right? Maybe if we get to Gale... Not Gale. Ulpius quick enough, we'll be fine. Maybe bluffing and telling Ulpis to jump might also trigger the golden rule? Maybe. Though... It would have been funny. Find you. What do you mean? What's over here? Oh, wait a minute. Can we not just... I feel like I should be able to climb this. Not sure what that's about yet. He is standing there still. Maybe exploring this little temple would be nice. Oh, hello. Sisyphus. Rolling the boulder up the hill. We are definitely in the underworld. I'm beginning to think we're in Tartarus. Or something close to it, yeah. How interesting. Well, what else is around here? Look, we bad. Okay. We found a creative way to the upper cistern, but we don't have the key. Hello, Harry. Yes, it is a late one for me. I'm playing a new game. It's called The Forgotten City, and I'm having a great time.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far?
Good night, Vixen. Thank you very much for hanging out.
Ah, another story.
Hope you have a wonderful night's sleep.
We all need something to help us through times like these. We've all been where you are now. I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night contemplating the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out?
I'm gonna stretch though. Gotta redeem stretch for myself.
For
So I've been sitting down for a few hours.
Answers, I'm afraid. I don't think anybody does. But I'm happy to share with you what I've learned.
Oh. I actually need you to stop.
All right, well, it was lovely to meet you.
Thank you,
I look
Weebat.
forward to getting to know you better over the coming months. And if you ever...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Nope. Okay.
Oh no. No.
Maybe now that we've talked to
Orpheus, what are you doing?
Orpheus
Get back
before.
from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
What do you think? I'm stuck for the rest of my life, working for a man who treats me like an animal.
I know things are hard for you right now. They're
Thank
hard
you,
for
lady.
all of us. We're all in this together, Orpheus. Please just think this through. If you do this, it could be the sin that seals all of our fates. Is that what you want?
I'm sorry,
looks
but
like
I
it.
just don't care anymore.
No, we're trying to save him from unaliving
him.
himself.
If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him.
You heard the redeem? Nice. Lee. I thought you would this time, seeing as everything should be playing. Do you think is suicide would break the golden rule?
I don't know, but it's a crime for slaves to take their own lives. And a debt bondsman isn't far off.
I'll talk to him.
Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
Well, up late trying to sort my dissertation draft. At least trying to sort it. Or sort your lit review. Kind of struggling though. Can't particularly help with that, but I can provide some background noise. Is this what Centillia would want?
You know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone.
You'd never believe me if I told you.
Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over.
Maybe I can help solve your problem.
It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact. And she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. I can't do that.
Lucretia was able to get some silphium in time to save her life. She's going to be fine.
Oh, really? That changes things a little. But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Unless you happen to have 2,000 denarii to pay off both of our debts.
Oh. I should have stolen the 2,000 denarii. Okay. No, I could probably raise the money if you give me some time.
No. Time's up. I am out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Orpheus, no!
We have to do this again, but this time we're gonna do a steal.
Oh Lord, that poor lamb.
And he hurt more people by unaliving himself. He stopped caring. He stopped caring. That's the issue. What happens
I'll
now?
have to let everyone...
Okay. Yep. Okay, let's go into this temple though. It's locked. Great temple door. Wasn't this... Ah, it seems somebody removed a plaque from here. I'll need to find it to decipher the meaning of the obelisk. Oh, Egyptian? Egyptian. Each side of this obelisk has distinct styles. Obelisks are usually Egyptian. They are, but you've got... I don't recognize what this side is. It may be Egyptian also. But I'm not too sure. In fact, the scripture doesn't look Egyptian. Looking further up. That doesn't help. Oh, there are birds down here. I'm not sure what this could be. But this looks Roman or Greek. You've got Charon at the top there, or his boat. Someone at the very tippity top looks like they're sitting on a toilet. And a few people in togas. Old man with a stick. Christian crosses, and 3 of them? Possibly. Oh, interesting. Ancient Rome stole a lot of cultural shit from Greece and Egypt. That's true. That's true. I just didn't know that Egypt would have a place in this game. Graffiti on the wall next to the doors. Thank you, lady. How can we pass this test if we don't know the rules? Looks like there's blood. Is blood. Battered around the sides. Kowalski analysis. No back door, huh? Okay. Oops. We can jump down. I'm just gonna have a little explore over here before we do. Because once we jump down, that's gonna be the end of our run. What is this game? Rebad, I'm glad you asked. This is the Forgotten City. It is a time loop game where you are sent into a ancient forgotten city. I say sent. You're literally sent back in time 2,000 years to solve a mystery. Everyone within this forgotten Roman city must live under something called the Golden Rule, which essentially is an unwritten or undefined rule that says if anyone were to sin, ever, everyone in the city will die. And that's pretty not chill. So we were sent back in time to try to free the people from a pretty bad fate. Money. Hello. However, everyone that's come in recently, if this game looks interesting, or that concept sounds interesting to you, for a game that you would want to play yourselves, the devs of this game ask anyone that plays it as a content creator to then warn any viewers, if you're interested, please play it yourself. Same with the Outer Wilds. This is a game that you can only play... Seek a bow. This is a game that you can only play once. Lock myself in, don't try to follow me, nothing good will come of it, maybe. What is she doing? So yeah, if it sounds like your thing, give it a go. If you just want to see how the story unfolds with us here, well, I'm going to be playing it for a while. Maybe not much longer today, because it is my bedtime. Though I'm not too tired just yet. Where does this take us? Oh, I see. I never actually ascended these stairs, because I thought it was just like a dead end. Fountain producing fresh water. It's coming from the aqueduct behind it. If water can enter the city via the aqueducts, perhaps there's also a way to escape through them. Why there are so many gold people petrified in gold? Well, if you, or anyone in this city that is currently living, commits a sin, the statues come to life and turn everybody else into a golden statue as well. And that's how everybody dies. If you look... you got all of these lovely people here. You could see, they just love to look at you. No? Not looking? No? I knew you'd look. Can we climb over this? So yeah, essentially the golden people around the city are previous citizens of the Forgotten City, who then were killed by the Golden Rule and were turned into gold statues themselves. They're still alive in there? Sort of. Hello, Sisyphus. Oh, it's creepy. Okay. The key that I found wasn't for the aqueducts, was it? I don't think it was. I know I could just check my inventory, but I wanted to see if it would work here as well. Okay. It was for the rich man's place. Yeah. Yeah, it was. We're gonna need to find a key to that back door.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I am
10 points.
And, deeply honored to have been elected your... Did you just... leap
Yes.
That? Well,
yes. I'll be going.
I trust you can... Through the door this time. There's a key just beside it.
Yep. Just take a look around your garden a bit, see if there's anything worth me taking. It doesn't count as stealing. Still, doesn't it mean the statues will hunt you down? Yes. Yes, in fact, you're going to see how the statues hunt everyone down quite soon, as I need to steal about 2,000 denarii. Has he put his wife in the locked room already, or no? Yeah, she's locked away. I don't really know what to do about Claudia at the minute. Oh, although I do need to get in here, don't I? Okay. Yep. Hello.
You're not supposed to be in here.
I know. Where do you keep your valuables?
Demetrius, come quickly. We're being robbed. This is outrageous.
Oh no. What a shame. Yoink.
The many shall suffer.
Shit! Oh! Let's get out of here. See? Statues come to life. Gale, no, I'm sorry. You did help, though. And this guy sacrifices himself to open a portal for us. Thank you. And we try again. Ta-da! Alright, you.
Salve, friend. I'm Galer.
I need you to take care of some things. Yulia is dying. Rufus, that's it. Fantastic. This time we will save him. This is something I want to do before going to bed. Poor Centilius vaporizing himself over and over for the portal. That time he did it for a couple thousand denarii. Worth it, I'd say. Yes, we do still have the money. Oh. I think I just figured it out. I think I'm supposed to come back up here after the shit goes down. And then she will do something with this to either solidify it or help me get across. Ah, something else to do later. Alright. We're gonna save this kid.
Salve.
Octavia? Shh.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no.
I'll talk to him. What would Centilia want?
You know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone.
Never believe me if I told you.
If you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over.
Maybe I can help.
It's too late for that.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, she's fine. Actually I do.
Really? Wait. So, I guess you'd want me to work for you then?
No.
You'd do that for us? A couple of complete strangers?
Yeah.
It seems today we are both blessed. This did not turn out how I thought. Thank you, friend. I never thought people like you existed.
Well, they won't for about 2,000 years. Here's your money.
Thank you. I'll go and pay off our debts immediately. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. But I have nothing but the tunic on my back.
Don't worry about it.
I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks again, friend. I'll never forget what you did for us.
Okay. So what does this do for me? He listens with their ears. Thorn in the paw. Done that one. Dying gasp. Locked villa. Permanent solution. Now also done. Okay. We are saving people from committing sin, I suppose. And having these permanent solutions figured out will allow us to tell Gale to go and take all of this money and whatnot to solve the issues. We're gonna follow him. He's really gunning for it, though. No idea how to get into there at the minute.
Citizen.
Welcome.
Where are you going? Dude, where are you going? I think Orpheus needs a rest.
Yulia! I'm so glad you didn't go through with it.
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why do you look so happy?
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
The newcomer arranged it somehow.
Really? That's... incredible. Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Orpheus. I will. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. Galerius just saved my life. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest. All right.
You know, I think we're good for now.
Welcome.
I think we're good. I'm going to save it there, and we'll pick this up again another time. What an interesting game. New save. How long have we been playing? 5 hours. Whew, very interesting. I'll be sure to play this again next week. Although I don't know if I'm even going to be able to hold off for that long. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Either way, though, thanks everybody for hanging out with me today. It's been a very, very fun time. Very interesting indeed. Yeah. Yeah. Been looking for a nice game to sink my teeth into again. I'm glad we got recommended this. Now, it doesn't have the space theme like Outer Wilds did for me, which really ticked all my boxes. But, I mean, history and Greek gods and whatnot is a very close second. So, yeah, winners all around. Okay. Oops. It's a bit loud. Let's see if there's anyone at all around still to raid. Golden statue thing makes me think of Midas. Yes. Midas and Medusa together, in fact. The game said so. Like the curses of both come together. I'm sure I'll be playing it myself. An interesting concept. Fair enough. Keep an eye on the Discord and I'll let you know when I play it again. Who is online right now? I'm not usually on this late. So all of my usuals are offline. Do you have a recommendation? Sure, wee bat. I'll take it. Who should we raid today? I'll just copy and paste their name. Raid. Do I need to redeem the thing first? Nah, don't worry about it. Who you got? Give them to me. Oh gosh, I'm very tired now though. Now that I've stopped. Epic and Such. Alright. Epic and Such. They are live now playing Dead by Daylight. I've still never played Dead by Daylight myself. Not sure that I ever will. But under your recommendation, Weebad, we'll go say hello. So, if you're all sticking around, say hi to Epic and Such for me. I will be raiding and running because it is 2:38 a.m. for me right now. So, well past my bedtime. Gladly, I'm not working tomorrow. But let's go say hi, shall we? Alright. Take care, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow, probably for some Hunt Showdown. Okay. Ta for now.